Welcome back to Northern Perspective, everyone. I'm Cypher.
And I'm Fox.
Well, welcome to what's becoming a customary constituency week live stream with one of the committees focused on ArriveCan, everybody. Hope everybody got to see the Larry Brock interview that we dropped on Monday. If you haven't, shame on you. Go watch it after the stream. And
thank you to Larry Brock for hosting us. That was awesome.
That was
a great interview.
Yeah.
We learned a lot, I think.
And Larry Brock, just a stand-up guy, down to earth. He's even friendlier off camera, as you would probably expect when he's not interrogating everybody.
Yeah, I was gonna say when he's not yelling at the Liberals.
Yeah.
They deserve it though.
Absolutely.
Let's not forget that.
So, anyway, it's let's close the window here. It's it really is a privilege to be able to sit down and chat with somebody like Mr. Brock, and can't thank his staff enough. They made it really easy, and we just appreciate the opportunity of sitting down with him in person. So that was something. So now we do want to say that we have extended invites to MPs within the NDP, and at least one Liberal MP as well. Our hopes are high. We don't know if if they will come to fruition, but we're trying to get other people of other MPs of other parties on, so we can ask them some questions about their party, their approach, and see what they personally are bringing to the table. Nilik with a $2 super chat. You guys did great. It was a pleasure to hear his point of view. Thank you very much for that,
Thank you.
Nilik. Jerry Savoy with $10 super chat. Hi, NP supporter. Won't be able to stay long tonight. Need to drive my friend from Petitcodiac, New Brunswick to Halifax, Nova Scotia tonight. Oof. For a flight at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Well, make sure you get some rest. It sounds like quite the drive, and you want to be well rested for it, I'm sure.
And listless reception, it's good to see you again. Larry Brock video was excellent. Thanks, Northern Perspective. Thank you very much for watching it and for the feedback in the super chat. Okay.
And we also have Johnny Mycology joining NP Supporter NP Supporter. Welcome.
You're welcome.
And for those of you that don't know, mycology is the study of fungi.
Oh, there you
go. There you go. So maybe Johnny's a fungi. Sorry, I had to.
Okay. Well, Fox just set the standard of the humor tonight.
Yeah, lousy puns.
Anyway, just me, Nicole, the $5 super chat. Good evening to your hosts and all in chat. Please do the polite thing and ring that like on the way in. Yes, please ring the doorbell. It suggests this video out to more people, the more people that like the stream. So please do that on your way in. Just a doorbell. Hit that on your way in and get situated. Grab your favorite beverage, popcorn if you want, because from what people have been telling us in the pre-chat, this is going to be something to watch. Fox will go over the house rules for tonight.
Yeah, so it's because tonight is a weeknight committee live stream, and we expect it to go on for at least 3.5 to 4 hours minimum. Unfortunately, we won't be able to address general comments or questions in the chat, but we do have both Jester and Barnaby in the chat tonight. If you wanted to bounce something off them, just tag them. And general rules for chat, as always, please respect each other and the platform. No selling, soliciting, or spamming, and please don't use profanity.
We've had a number of people comment that I think the youngest that we've heard that is watching our content is, I think, 8 or 9.
Yeah, 8, I think I heard.
And that's great that kids are learning about politics, and parents are teaching their kids about government and using our channel to do it. We're more than happy to participate in that. Bonnie Gunn, member for 1 month with a comment. Keep up the good work, Cypher and Fox. Thanks to Northern Perspective, Canadians are finally waking up.
Awesome. That's great to hear.
That's exactly what we want.
Yeah, that's the goal.
So anyhow, thank you, everybody. Now I think we're ready to go. Anything else? Brian Pasco, the 279 super chat. Thank you for the Larry Brock interview. Thank you all for watching it. Did really, really well. So That just encourages everybody to keep on keeping on. And Diane Sylvain with a $50 super chat. Hi, Cypher and Fox. Thanks so much for the Larry Brock interview. I'm happy to know that Mr. Brock knows he has a big fan in this channel. As a former prosecutor from the Northwest Territories, even defense lawyers agreeing with Brock and I on SNC. I agree. Very telling. Yes, absolutely.
That's right. Diane got a little incognito shout out to Mr. Brock because we weren't sure if we were permitted to use your name. So,
well, yeah, I think it's better to leave her incognito on that. And Alan Bowerly with a $2 super chat in a Bane voice. Let the games begin. That's a pretty.
That's such
Bane
a good
voice.
movie. We're showing our son that trilogy about a month ago. He loves the like the action scenes, right?
All right, everybody. So the actual committee meeting went around 2 hours 40 minutes. We're gonna try and stick to that as much as possible, but you never know what's going to happen in these committees. So without further ado, let's get into this and figure out, in the words of Michael Cooper,
what the hell is going on?
So let's start.
This meeting to order, and welcome to meeting 111. Mr. Chairperson, Mr. Chair, if I may. Yes, Ms. Shanahan. Yes, on a point of order, please, if I may, Mr. Chair. Yes, please do go ahead. It's with great regret that I have to make this point of order.
Crap, what are you doing so close to the camera?
Extreme close up. Like you can almost count like the pores on her face, like she's so close.
I don't like looking at liberals at the best of times. Never mind, having to look at her nostrils. Okay. Anyway, I can pretty much guess where this point of order is going.
But it has to do with the procedure that our committee and meetings generally follow. That is meetings during constituency weeks, time that we should be spending with our constituents. Now, we did receive a work plan, but this morning at 8:43 a.m. precisely, 4 meetings that will be taking place this week. Now, under normal conditions, members would be in their ridings and working with and for their constituents. So, Mr. Chairperson, this is not normal practice. Normally, we're consulted. Normally, there are no meetings that are held unilaterally and organised in that manner by the chair of the committee. And it's my fond hope that in the future, well, we do have our work plan now, and that there will be no future surprise meetings out of the blue like those this week.
Okay, I have to read the super chat, or else it'll lose its context and be very peculiar. Rabu saves a $2 super chat. Supreme nose hair. Thank you for that. And Bunny56 for the $7 super chat. Just want to say you guys are extremely intelligent, and thanks for all you do to keep us informed. Well,
oh, thank you.
We try.
We do our best.
Thank you very much for participating.
Good. Well, that was more of a political statement you just made.
I did the courtesy of having the clerk instruct everyone about these meetings. Plus, the work plan, of course, came today. But before that, there was notice of the meeting that came out both the end of last week.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Khalid, I'm addressing a point of order right now, so why don't you just hold on a second, and I'll finish up with Ms. Shanahan and then hear your point of order. I will, Ms. Khalid, ask you to, when I turn to you, it will be a point of order. I'm going to address this just once, and then we can deal with it later if you like. But
Oh, my goodness. Already.
She's already started.
We know this goes the full length, right? Like, the chair doesn't dismiss everybody because they're being unruly.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Just making sure, because we don't usually watch these ahead of time.
Yes, Williamson, if anyone is becoming unruly, I imagine he's just going to slap them down like he just did to Khalid there. And Casper H with 10 Northern Perspective gifted memberships. Thank you very, very much, as always, Casper. We appreciate your ongoing support. And if you received a membership from Casper H, give him a thank you. Okay. Barnaby, have you moved on to that French girl yet? Come on.
Shanahan, there was the work plan, of course, is not a notice. We had a subcommittee meeting on this. Your representative on that subcommittee, of course, was welcome to brief you on what was discussed. And I've sent Ms. Yip a note today if we can talk about it tomorrow or wait till next week. The preference is to wait until next week. Ms. Khalid, you have a point of order, please.
Yes, Chair. I take objection to you calling Ms. Brenda's concerns to be political in nature. I think that we have worked very well in this committee in the past.
Khalid, do you understand you're a politician, right?
No, she thinks she's a grade school teacher.
Yeah, following in Freeland's footsteps, no doubt.
Oh my goodness.
Jerry Savoy with 5 Northern Perspective gifted memberships. Thank you very, very much for that. And we also have Trish Pearl, who has made it back to NP supporter. Good to see you back there. Thank you very much. Let me just make sure. Looks like there's some sort of duplicate here that I didn't miss anything, and I did not. Okay. Let's keep those likes coming, folks. We're about 400 behind. Hit the doorbell, please, on your way in.
In bringing consensus, in working through the issues. We are a nonpartisan or a multi-partisan committee, and for you to make those objections, Chair,
Thank you, Ms. Khalid. All committees are.
No, sorry, Chair, I'm not done.
This is not a point of order, Ms. Khalid. Ms. Khalid, this is again a statement. All committees are multi-partisan. This is one that is also opposition-led. We had a subcommittee meeting on this, and I gave everyone what I thought to be suitable notice and received no objections beforehand. I am now on the floor, which is disrupting the meeting. This is not a point of order, and so I'm going to move on. You'll be in a position to make a further statement when it is your time. But again, my email works when I'm not in committee as well, and members are, of course, welcome to either work through me or work through their representative on the subcommittee. But the idea, to Ms. Shanahan's point, that today's working calendar represents the first that anyone heard of this is false. There was both an unofficial notice that was given a week ago, as well as official notification the end of last week, and then yesterday as well.
Point of order, Chair. My intervention was more that I hope that we will now follow the work plan.
I love that they're just using point of order. I want to say something, whereas again, for those of you that don't know, a point of order, the intention of that is to challenge a error in procedure as it relates to someone on committee. So if someone is acting in accordance to one of the rules or one of the standing orders, you would call a point of order, address the procedure which has been violated, which has been ignored, that type of thing. And it's to bring it to the attention of the chair, who may not have seen it or may not have recognized it, and then the chair can rule on that point of order. Yes, that is valid, and he can instruct whoever is acting in opposition to that to correct their behavior. But the Liberals, as usual, they're just saying, point of order, I want to say something. That's not a point of order. Shut up and get on with committee. So isn't it interesting that they're getting very nervous the closer and closer that the Conservatives get to get on ArriveCan. Notice you're not hearing anything from the NDP.
Well, and if the Conservatives are really concerned about, oh, this is on constituency week, etc.
Conservatives or Liberals?
Or sorry, the Liberals, pardon me.
Point of order.
Yeah, really. Anyway, if the Liberals were concerned about this being on constituency week, then they wouldn't be filibustering and wasting time.
Right? They'd get through committee as quickly as possible so they can get back to their constituents.
100%.
Gamble God of War with a $2 super chat. Point of order will become a drinking game. Yeah, put it on the list of drinking games that we have here. Alan Bowerly with a $5 super chat. How can someone with such a nice voice make everyone's blood pressure spike with rage when she speaks? It's a great question, Helen.
Indeed.
One of the mysteries of the universe. Alice Allenly with a $5 super chat. Khalid must have a twin. One alone can't suffer so much from a lack of wisdom. That's an excellent one. And Canadian Crusader 1982, welcome to NP Supporter Plus. Thank you very much for that. And Tony Petipus with a $7 super chat. Barnaby, your girlfriend is cute, but a pain in the butt. Yes. Yes, she is. Trish Pruill with a $5 super chat. Can they pass a motion that if they call a point of order that isn't a point of order, they lose the next time they get to speak? Technically, they could do that. They could put that in the committee rules. Wouldn't that be nice if the Conservatives did that when they became majority in government? Now,
I mean, it would be, but I would say that it's Canadians really who lose their voice in Parliament, right? So
Nilik with a $2 super chat. Libs saw how effective disruptions were. New strat, yeah. Their OGO buddies let them know. Shane with a $2 super chat. Invalid point of order should be punished by muting time out. Don't disagree. John Taylor with a $5 super chat with a dancing pear by the look of. Thank you very much.
Cute.
And Diane Sylvain with a $5 super chat. The Libs can go to their ridings and meet with the protesters of the carbon tax, right? Would you rather do that? I don't think so.
And the subcommittee discussions, and that we will have no more meetings that are unilaterally called by the chair.
Well, Chair, if we're just offering points of order, Chair, I'd like to make a point of order that I hope that we don't have points of order that aren't actually points of order like those from the...
Oh, that's amazing.
Amazing.
That's amazing. Oh, my goodness. Exactly. Barrett nailed it. He absolutely nailed it. I don't know if I got those facts. I think I got the one from Jerry Savoy, but not Trish Pro, maybe.
Sure, just let me load that up 1 second.
Just want to make sure we recognize all the contributions that we get.
So thank you to Jerry Savoy with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships, and also to Trish Prue. Welcome to NP supporter.
Oh, yes, I got that. Okay, perfect. Just making sure, folks. And Shane with a $2 super chat. Hope Barnaby is into BDSM. Khalid needs a gag. Wow.
Oh, man.
Does that? Never mind.
Yeah, get your mind out of the gutter.
No, I was gonna make another joke by someone calling Khalid a pain in the ass. Dan Demand 966 with a $5 super chat. This is gonna be a WrestleMania verbal match between Brassard, the head of the table, and Larry Brock, the final boss. As long as we get life bars at the end.
Mr. Barrett, I was taking Ms. Shanahan's last comment as a bow on her previous comment, and we will now. I will continue the opening process, welcoming our witnesses, and then we'll get to the rounds of questioning. And just for the record, for everyone, the indication I have is that we will review the subcommittee work Tuesday at the end of the meeting is the preference from members. So, without further ado, today's meeting is taking place in hybrid format. Pursuant to the standing orders, members are attending in person in the room and remotely using the Zoom application. A reminder that all comments should be addressed to the chair. Contrairement à l'article 108.3G du règlement, le comité...
Pursuant to Standing Order 108.3G, the committee shall resume its study of ArriveCan Report 1.
From the Office of the Auditor General, Andrew Hayes, Deputy Auditor General, Sami Hanoush, Principal, Lucie Després, Director. And from the Canadian Border Services Agency, Darryl Vleeming, Vice President and Chief Information Officer, and Jonathan Moore, Vice President, Controllership Brands. Mr. Hayes, you'll be given up to 5 minutes for your opening remarks, and then we'll turn to CBSA. So without further ado, you have the floor, Mr. Hayes.
I'm actually going to skip the opening statements because we've heard from all of these guys several times. I don't think they're going to offer anything of new value.
Answer your questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Beginning our first round of questions now, Mr. Brock, you have the floor for 6 minutes.
Mr. Brock, being spoiled.
Chair, and good morning, and thank you for all the witnesses for your attendance today. First line of questioning will be to the Auditor General team. Anyone can answer it. But a couple of weeks ago, mid-March, we heard from both Darren Anthony and Christian Firth, the two principal owners of GC Strategies, also known as Government of Canada Strategies, who picked apart the findings in the Auditor General's report. Specifically, Mr. Firth said his reputation had been damaged by false information and what he called an inaccurate report by the AG. Quoted, "Virtually everything reported about my company in the media and stated about me and my company has been false." He said his company was paid $11 million for the ArriveCan, disputing the Auditor General's findings that GC Strategies received almost double that, $19 million. He blamed the discrepancy on flaws in the government's financial systems. We then heard from his partner, Darren Anthony, and surprisingly, simply parroted everything that his partner had said, didn't even take the time to actually read your report, didn't take the time to read the report of the procurement ombudsman, but had no problem stating that everything was categorically false.
By the way, I'd like everyone to do a little exercise, and Fox can do this as well.
Okay.
So open your web browser.
Okie doke.
And go to www.gcstrategies.com. Let me know what you find.
I find a domain for sale.
What is not there anymore?
You're sure it's .com and not .ca?
Go to .ca.
Okay.
See what you get.
Another domain for sale.
Something's missing on the internet now, folks.
It sure is.
It has something to do with GC and strategies. Their website is gone.
That's peculiar.
Well,
especially because most of like these big corporations, and even, I mean, I know people with small businesses that do this as well, that you sign up for their domain and it just auto renews and it just charges your credit card every single time.
Shane says, buy it.
Why would I want that?
Well, yeah. Why would we want probably the most infamous website in Canada at this point?
You know, maybe we should, and then just have it redirect to our YouTube page.
Right? Just redirect to the ArriveCan playlist on Northern Perspective. That would be funny.
Amazing. That would be funny.
But yeah.
We're asking a lot of money for it, though.
There you go. Let's just see. I want to make sure. Yeah. So they're not there. They're not there. Anyway, so GC website, GC Strategies is basically like they're done. They've, I guess they've looked at this and said, okay, well, we're never going to get another government contract, so we might as well just
close up shop.
Which basically means shut down their website because they didn't have an office and they didn't have anything else.
They didn't have a shop.
Anyway, so wanted to point that out, everybody. I call that a win because now these two guys, they're not going to be able to do business with this government ever again, which means they're not going to be able to take advantage of our taxpayer money or get any more of it. Now, getting it all back, that's a different story, right? That's a different story. So, but we take the wins where we get them. SN Jazana Angel with a $7 super chat. I'm so flabbergasted with Liberals whining and complaining. If they care about this, why are they constantly trying to object to everything? Well, that's the question, right? And
because they don't want us to uncover what's actually going on or what has gone on.
Linda with a $2 super chat. I need a therapist. I hear annoying voices. Okay. Goko Donnie with 10 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much. And Bonnie Gunn with a gifted Northern Perspective membership. Thank you very much. And Debbie McCafferty received that from Bonnie. So if you're in chat, give her a thank you. SCP-001 with a $2.79 super chat. Thank you very much. And we also have Revi Saves with a $2 super chat. God's damn for the low price of $12,000, right? Alan Bowerly, $2 super chat. Buy it and host links to all your GC hits. Yeah, $12,000. Shane with a $2 super chat. Direct link to What Do You Do clip. Yeah, wouldn't that be something? All right, continuing, Mr. Brock.
Specifically, he said the Auditor General's findings were inaccurate. He says that the report from both AG and Procurement Ombudsman, which found both serious problems with ArriveCan contracts, were wrong, and admitted again that he had not read the report. So I'm sure this is not the first time the AG team has learned about these particular statements. I'd like an opportunity for you to respond on how you feel about these particular statements.
Thank you for the question. I'll start with the findings. We're confident with the findings that we provided to Parliament in our reports. We have a rigorous audit process to make sure that the facts and information that we provide is accurate. With respect to the estimates, we did provide an estimate in the report around the overall cost, and we identified an amount per contractor. There are some facts that absolutely cannot be disputed. In particular, it is a fact that the contractors were paid the amounts that we listed in our report. I should say that they received at least those amounts. Some contractors received more. What is really at issue is whether or not those amounts should be attributed to the ArriveCan app versus work on another IT project. And this is where the poor record keeping problems by CBSA raise this confusion and leave these open questions.
So this is interesting. Andrew Hayes was prepared for this question. So I don't know if Mr. Brock shared it with him beforehand, or his office assumed that he would get this question, but he's reading all of this. Now, I don't think we should be too surprised that he's prepared for this question, considering how many people have said, oh, well, I disagree with what's in the Auditor General report. The people like David Yo and Christian Firth and Darren Anthony and those yahoos. So, but I wanted to point it out that I thought that was interesting, that the first question to the Auditor General's team had a prepared response. So, interesting. And it's okay if it was. It's just I think it's good form for the Auditor General's team to be able to respond to these comments, which is essentially indicting their work and saying that they didn't do a good job, right? Because the Auditor General's office is in the business of producing facts. And if you're disagreeing with those facts, then you're impugning the actual work of the entire intention of that division. So, anyhow, Robbie Saves with a $5 super chat. I want to agree, Cypher. I'm assuming you mean with these guys not being able to do business with the Government of Canada. But sadly, I feel like they will just spin up a new company name, and when things cool down, and away we go again. Well, they have to change their names too.
Wasn't the reason that they bought that other company and then called it GC Strategies because it already had like an in with the government? Isn't it kind of difficult to get government contracts like fresh? Like you have to already have had some.
It's difficult to get on their list.
Yeah.
As we've heard in committee before, it's almost a prerequisite that you've done business before with the Government of Canada. So
I mean, I suppose that they could try, but security clearance for people, and I suppose it depends on the level, but probably the security clearance that these guys are working with, you have to give your fingerprints. So as soon as they run those fingerprints, they're going to know exactly who these guys are, even if they go with different names.
Yeah. Alice Avonlea with a $2 super chat, $12,000, including the chalet. No, that's probably excluding the chalet. Probably. And we're almost 600 likes behind, folks. So please ring that like button so other Canadians can be informed of the live stream. That's what it's there for. Malaren with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. It bothers me because it's just like the We scandal, the Trudeau Foundation scandal. They close up shop and just forget about it. Well, I'm
hoping that won't happen this time. I mean, everybody who's in this live stream certainly knows the names of Christian Firth and Darren Anthony, and I think a lot more Canadians do as well. So if these guys try it again, I don't think they're going to be able to get away with it. They're too popular, we'll put it that way.
Yeah. Leo Orchard with a $5 super chat. I'm 25 minutes behind. Here's my entrance fee. Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Jester, you not taking cover charge? Come on. Nilik with a $2 super chat. I wonder if he watches NP and got prepared. I'd like to think so.
One could hope, yeah.
I'd like to think so. And if you're watching, Andrew Hayes, welcome aboard. John Taylor with a $20 super chat. Some of the good that comes out of all of this is how much Mr. Brock stands out from all the others on the panel. The Liberals certainly show how inept they are, inept they can be when hiding information to Canadians. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it's funny. We were saying this, I think it was yesterday, just Cypher and I were talking amongst ourselves. And I said, it seems like on these committees, the Conservatives are putting their A team forward, like, all the time. And look at Mr. Brock. He's on like 6 or 7 different committees.
Right, they just send him in.
Yeah, if anybody whispers ArriveCan, he's there, right? Because he's like their top guy. And then the Liberals just kind of like toss whoever they have.
Well, when you're scraping sludge from the bottom of a barrel with no bottom in it, then, that's all you got, right? So, it seems like, when everything's heat up, and they're like, Larry, get in there! Thank you, Chair. 5W with a $5 super chat. Sent an email to Hugh Domains to see if the price is
Amazing.
You know what? Let us know.
Let us know what they say. I'd be like, I'll give you $5 whole.
You know what? I would. It would be hilarious if Northern Perspective ended up being the owner of GCstrategies.com.
Yeah,
I would laugh my keister off, but I'm not paying thousands of dollars for it.
No, I'd give like $20 max.
There's much better ways, to advocate for freedom that we could be spending our money on. Just me, Nicole, the $5 super chat. So now that government corruption strategies is gone, can we get rid of the rest of the government corruption? Well, that's
We're
the
working
plan.
on it. We
That's
are
the
working
plan.
on it.
Ultimately, in our report, we mentioned that the poor record keeping led us to have to build up an estimate. We used the CBSA's financial systems, the contracting documents, and other evidence to build up this estimate. It is important to remember that our estimate includes more than what was spent on building the app. It also includes amounts for the implementation, maintenance, and other associated costs. And this is because Parliament asked us to look at all aspects of the ArriveCan app. The shortcomings in the documentation and the weak controls made it very difficult to precisely attribute costs amongst these elements of ArriveCan. But ultimately, any number that is provided, whether it's CBSA's or ours, is an estimate because of the poor record keeping. I'll stop there.
Okay, so let me understand that correctly. The 19 million, the approximate 19 million you attribute to GC strategies. Are you saying that there is room to interpret that as being a combination of ArriveCan contracting and possibly other elements of contracting with the CBSA?
Yes, in our report, we did state that it is possible that some amounts attributed to ArriveCan were not for the application. And indeed, when CBSA provided information to the Government Operations Committee, there were some amounts in the records that they produced there that we didn't consider to be for ArriveCan, and there were amounts that we have considered to be for ArriveCan that CBSA disagrees with. Ultimately, though, we were confident enough with our estimate to put it in a report to Parliament.
Were you confident enough to say that that estimate could have been actually higher than 19 million?
It could have been higher and it could have been lower. I can't be precise. I mean, it is an estimate after all.
Okay. Notwithstanding the comments of both Firth and Anthony at committee several weeks after the release of the AG report, did you hear directly from Firth or Anthony prior to their testimony?
Prior to their testimony, we received a letter from them before we tabled our report.
Did they supply you with any additional documentation to verify their numbers, which were actually closer to 11 million?
Like I said, we received the letter. We built our estimate on the basis of the documentation and the financial system at CBSA, amongst other evidence.
But did they offer to supply you documentation in their possession, which established the 11 million figure according to their records.
In their letter, they did offer to provide us information if we required it. However, I would say that, like I said, our estimate was based on not just what semantically some contractors are suggesting was the build for ArriveCan, it was for the entire picture of ArriveCan.
Thank you, Mr. Brock. That is your time. Next up, Ms. Khalid, joining us virtually. You have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the witnesses for appearing today. Mr. Moore, you had said in your opening remarks about lessons learned. Well, those lessons have cost taxpayers millions of dollars, including, like the behavior of bureaucrats, including conservative insiders like David Yao and from.
What?
It's not conservative, is he? No, he has nothing to do with the party.
Keep up, Khalid. He was PPC.
Oh yeah, that's right.
They kicked him out.
That's right.
Keep up. What?
Oh my goodness.
Barnaby, please fire your girlfriend.
I think the voters are set to fire her next election. Like,
yeah,
seriously.
That is true. Let me just.
Yeah, pull it up.
Let me just
pull up the writing.
Let's take a look. Khalid.
It's Mississauga Erin Mills, I think.
Oh yeah, she's behind by 6 points. So
there you go.
There you go. So with any luck, Barnaby's girlfriend will be fired.
Daily, and so perhaps we can.
Sorry, I actually missed something before we get going. Missed a few somethings. Diane Sylvain with a $5 super chat. This is thanks to you, Cypher and Fox. Saw a clip of a protester talking to Ripple News, and this protester said something about Firth in the background. Oh, interesting.
Oh, thank you. We can't take full credit though, because honestly, it's thanks to everyone here. I mean, we're just the ones like researching and putting out the information. You guys are the ones sitting here learning and taking that information and taking it into your communities. You're talking to your friends, you're talking to your families, to your coworkers, and that's how ideas spread.
Well, and seriously, folks, so we produce the content, yes, but without people clicking on it, without a lot of people clicking on it, making that, seemingly insignificant act of just clicking on a video, YouTube doesn't then take that and say, oh, bunch of people clicked on it, we're gonna present this in front of a whole bunch of more people, and then people like the videos, and then they comment on the videos, and that tells YouTube to push it out even more. So it's actually, Fox is right, it's all of you that actually are responsible for everyone being exposed to our content. So thank you to all of you. Alan Bowerly with a $5 super chat. Brock saying thank you, chair, is like a wrestler tagging his partner. He even jumps up in his chair and leans forward. Attack mode engaged. Yeah, that's so true.
And thank you to Peter Witten with a $2 super chat. It says, would you make the chalet your headquarters? I suppose it depends where it is.
Yeah, if it's okay.
We need a place with good high-speed internet though for
that's true
for hosting all this equipment and stuff.
Peter Witten with a $5 super chat. Cypher and Fox can have the cottage. Jester and Barnaby get the chalet.
There you go.
5W with a $2 super chat. Never trust anyone who draws on their own eyebrows. Hear that, Barnaby? The French lady doesn't draw her eyebrows. I'm just saying.
Okay, you know what? Let's be real here. A lot of ladies will either draw on their eyebrows or will like thicken them with an eyebrow pencil. So like it's more common than you gentlemen may think.
Okay, never trust anyone who draws their own eyebrows and screams point of order 10 times a day. How about that?
Okay, that's fair.
Take a step back and try to understand what exactly happened here, and how we can make sure that the public service is accountable to Canadians with this very important issue. So can you please perhaps help us explain the function of what comptrollership branch at Canada Border Service Agency really does?
So very happy to explain. So I was not personally responsible for ArriveCan, but as a member of the CBSA's executive committee, I am accountable for the failures, and we have already taken note of those failures, and we've already started to deal with them. In terms of ArriveCan, it was managed by the Border Task Force, and actually the controllership branch was mainly focused on managing the internal task force during the COVID pandemic. These were very, very difficult times. This was a time where people were crossing the border to return back to Canada, when we were told that we could catch COVID from touching documents. So our number one priority initially, working with FAC, was to get the form up and running. That cost about $80,000. The controllership branch involvement in this one was really around making sure we had the funding available for that. And we recognize the comments made by the Auditor General, and in year one, we did not have an accounting code. And so we were not identifying the ArriveCan cost separately. That is one of the reasons why we have different cost estimates included in the numbers. And in fact, actually, that's also recognized in the OAG report itself in paragraph 1.24, which does identify that $53 million was the estimate for the OAG for the public health component, with a further $6.2 million included for the customs declaration. But we recognize that, in year one, we did not have the information available to us, and so it was estimates in both cases. So that was our primary role in terms of the first year. We were looking after the finances, but we were also working extensively on the internal task force.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Now, you had said that you were not personally involved in the development of the ArriveCan app, but perhaps you can provide us with a high-level overview of what kind of lessons that or topics that are covered in the mandatory retraining of staff at the CBSA as part of your response to the Auditor General's report.
What a waste of a question. Lessons learned. Look at the Auditor General report. Look at the Procurement Ombudsman report. Those are your lessons learned, Khalid.
Yeah, but they're honestly not going to ask really hard questions the way the Conservatives are, because it's the Liberals who are responsible for the scandal. So they're not going to open Pandora's box on themselves.
Well, that's it. They want softball questions and easy answers so they can say, see, we did something. Angela Cordosa with a $2 super chat. Awesome interview with Barack, Northern Perspective. Thoroughly enjoyed. Thank you very much for that. Yeah, we've had a lot of wonderful feedback on that. Richard Curl. My brain has broken over your last name, Richard. I'm so sorry. Kruger. That's the best I got. With a $28 super chat. Thank you very, very much. Do any of these Liberals do homework before they spew nonsense?
Nope.
Nope. They
Doesn't seem like
don't.
it. No.
They don't. They just scream point of order and start talking. Trish Pearl with a $2 super chat. Normally love British accent, but this is irritating. I think this is the Australian guy, though, isn't it?
No. She means the gentleman on the executive
this
committee.
Guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he is irritating. It's because he's not being forthcoming, I suppose.
Yeah, and his he may actually have a bit of a speech impediment because the way he's saying some words, it doesn't sound correct. Adam Canadian with a $2 super chat. Khalid reminds me of Snoopy the dog. Not cute, in my opinion.
You'll have to argue with Barnaby about that one.
and Goko Dani following up with a $10 super chat. For someone with IQ in her first name, she clearly has none. Ooh.
Oh, burn.
Good one. Very
Ouch.
good. All right. Barnaby, I hope you're listening.
So I think the first thing I would say is we have to look at the 2 or 3 lines of defense. So the first line of defense is based within the Information Science and Technologies branch. They were responsible for the ArriveCan app, for the development and operations of that application. We have over 1,600 delegated financial officers within the agency. Around about 900 of those are based in headquarters. Quite a large number of those individuals are based in the Border Technologies and Innovation Directorate, which was directly responsible for the development of the app and also for the contracting functions working with PSPC. So what we were doing there is looking at the failures of the first line of defense. And we have no doubt there were failures in the first line of defense in terms of governance, in terms of oversight, in terms of record keeping, and all of those things are lessons we have learned. They're also potentially subject to the investigations to look at whether there was any wrongdoing in some of those failures.
We recognise that there were failures. We're not entirely sure exactly what the reason for those failures, whether they were because of the stress of the pandemic or whether there was any wrongdoing included in that. And we should wait for the investigations to conclude on that matter. The second line of defence is where the controllership branch is involved. And what we do every year, we take a sample of about 5,000 non-pay transactions and we look to see if they're being properly processed. On average, we find around about 9 to 10% of errors. That is not satisfactory to us. Our target is less than 5%. We were very disappointed to see the Auditor General's report, which identified 18% of those errors. We are looking into the reasons for that, and some of those reasons are because there wasn't a separate cost centre code. So there was an administrative error in that the individual invoices were not being coded to the right account because we didn't have that separate code. So those were really the basic functions of the first line and the second line of defence.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. And to Mr. Hayes. Mr. Hayes, are there any lessons learned here with respect to contracting within your own office with all of this coming to light?
Thank you. We take the contracting responsibilities at our office very seriously. We are rigorous with our contracting. What we have learned, though, from this audit and implemented in our office is more awareness around conflict of interest declarations, and I would say also increasing the awareness for all of our managers of the importance of making sure that documentation is kept in a very, very accurate way.
Yeah, what Andrew Hayes is talking about, and this was almost, I don't know if this was a dig at the Auditor General's office by Khalid or not, or just asking him to talk about it. So about a year ago, maybe a bit more, the Auditor General's office actually found 2 employees working within the Auditor General's office that were double dipping. They were getting paid from the Government of Canada, but also contracting out their services to the Government of Canada. So what did they do? They fired their asses.
Good.
Accountability. That's what you want to see. So at least the Auditor General's office has the courage to actually hold people accountable when they break the rules. But then you have people like Jonathan Moore who is sitting there saying, oh, well, we have errors and that we weren't happy with that. So, but it came down to a cost center code. Are you kidding me? You're trying to reduce ArriveCan and all of the problems with it to a cost center code.
What's a cost center code?
So when you're looking to allocate funds within an organization, there's a complex finance system in the back end. Doesn't matter the organization. There's things called general ledger accounts and cost center codes, which is related to the different departments within the government. So, for example, IT would have a cost center code so that finance knows that this is coming from the IT budget. That's where it's going to bill the expense to, versus marketing, versus finance, versus HR. And then the general ledger accounts, those are the accounts within the finance system that it's attributing said cost. So I don't bore everybody. You may have a general ledger code that is related to software, which is what ArriveCan is. Then you may have another code that's related to professional services. So it would be billed to IT with their cost center, with the general ledger code related to professional services and software. Now, what Moore is saying is, well, we didn't have one set up for ArriveCan, so we threw all of those expenses at something else, so it was hard to track. And that's his explanation for all of the problems with ArriveCan, which doesn't cut it. So, anyway, don't pay too much attention to the codes, to the cost centers, to any of this stuff that they're talking about. It's irrelevant when it comes to the core issue with ArriveCan. It's just a distraction. Rabu says with a $10 super chat, yeah, they did something all right. Scammed and stole millions, heck, maybe billions of dollars, and siphoned off a redonkulous amount via the Trudeau Fund, right? Mr. Excuses with a $2 super chat. Electronic larynx is more audible than John Moore. David Edwards with a $2 super chat. I thought we sent this red coat back to England. Huh? He came back. Leo Orchard with a $5 super chat regarding the GC website. Buy it and rename it Greedy Conmen Strategies. There you go.
For 12 grand though, I don't know. That's pretty steep.
Yeah. Because remember, that money would go to Christian Firth and
yeah,
Darren
it would
Anthony.
too. Like I said, I'd be like $20, take it or leave it.
Yeah.
So you've taken concrete steps going forward with respect to conflict of interest in your office?
Yes, we have. Indeed, we always do have an annual process for conflict of interest declarations. We have increased some of that awareness work that we do by sending out reminders to our staff, by raising with staff the fact that the clerk has issued a report on values and ethics in the public service, and there is training available for our staff that we always encourage.
Et voilà, merci beaucoup. Suivant, c'est Madame.
That's it. Ms. Cycle-Desgagnés, please, you have the floor for 6 minutes.
Barnaby,
please.
your new girlfriend.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I'd also like to ask questions of Mr. Moore to begin with. Mr. Moore, your title, Controllership Director, you've held that title since 2018, in fact, and you were responsible for the internal control of the CBSA, whilst everything that occurred between 2020, 2021, the awarding of contracts, etc., during that whole time, do you think that you did your job well, or did you even do your job at all? Thank you very much for your question.
I do believe I did my job well during the pandemic. It was a very difficult period in time. I was appointed in January of 2018, so I was there for the entirety of the pandemic. It was a very challenging time for the agency as a whole. As I have said previously, I was responsible for the internal task force, which was primarily based on our employees, making sure they have PPE available to them, making sure that we were managing the work from home directive, and managing all of the internal functions of the agency. I was not directly responsible for the border task force. However, I did have oversight in terms of the finances. As I said before, I was responsible for ensuring we had sufficient funding to manage the border task force activities, and I was also responsible for the second line of defence, as I previously described. So I'm very proud of what we did during the pandemic. I know we made mistakes, and I know we've learnt lessons from those mistakes, but they were mistakes in the context of an operational crisis for us, with people coming across the border where we had to manage.
Monsieur. Mr. Moore, all the countries across the world had to deal with that crisis, and very few of them forked out $60 million for an app like ArriveCan. Now, in some countries, self-respecting countries, there are internal control mechanisms, especially in important services like the Canada Border Services Agency, who do their job and avoid these kinds of occurrences where there are non-competitive contracts that are awarded to companies of two individuals. There are internal control mechanisms across many countries, and you used the term oversight, that you play a supervisory role in all of that. And given that you did have an oversight role, you are accountable. You are accountable to taxpayers who've paid far too much for this app. Moreover, your signature can be found on a letter that was sent in the spring of 2020 stating that GC Strategies absolutely needed to get a contract for a duration of 3 years, but you also said that the emergency exception or carve-out should be applied. Now, that's a problem. If it's urgent, well, you don't fork out $3 million or millions of dollars over a short period. Yes, you issue a contract in short order, but a contract of a small amount. So how is it that you were responsible for financial control, and yet you sent out a letter for an emergency exception to be applied, whereas Mr. Bunatuno's advice was to have a 3-year contract for millions of dollars, which was way above and beyond what the app was supposed to cost at the outset. How do you justify that you signed that letter in May 2020?
This interpreter is so good.
He's awesome. He's our favorite. I will be honest that the last time we saw him in committee afterwards and we were all talking about how awesome he is, I tried to figure out who he was just so we could send him an email and be like, hey, you're awesome, thank you. But unfortunately, they don't list that information on Parleview or on our Commons.
But so good. Like, he captures the tone, he captures the intent, and there's rarely any pauses. It's just he's listening with one ear and then just immediately translate. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, he's excellent.
Phenomenal. And she brought up some really good points there. Like, so, all right, we've heard everyone saying, well, this was a difficult time. We had to do things very quickly. But then, you know, we sent out a letter saying that they needed a contract for 3 years. What?
That doesn't make sense.
So you say they need an emergency exception and we need to have a contract with them for millions of dollars for 3 years because it was urgent. Yeah, doesn't make sense at all.
And we're about 400 likes behind, so please hit that like button for us. It helps push the stream out to other viewers.
Ravu says with a $2 super chat, crowdfund the site. I think we could do it. I think we could, Ravu says, but the problem is I don't want to be giving Darren Anthony and Christian Firth any more of our money.
Yeah, they already took enough money from us as taxpayers. We don't need to, like, actually willingly hand over more.
Like, assuming they own the domain, then the money would go to them, right? So, Mr. Excuse with a $2 super chat, liberal message is past human said to be stopped.
Ew. Oh, man, that's a visual right there.
Oh, that's brutal. That's why it comes out as crap on the other end. Jerry Savoy with a $5 super chat. Just wait for a couple months, probably buying SG strategies for pennies. Yeah. SNJ Angel with a $2.79 super chat. Not my fault, not mine, and down the line we go. Yeah. Janice Pollard with a $5 super chat. GC strategies still on LinkedIn. What a joke. Yes, they are. David Edwards with a $5 super chat. God, I am sick and tired of hearing how hard the pandemic was. Quit using it as an excuse. You got paid to work from home. Shut up already. Can't argue with that.
Yeah, pretty much in a nutshell right there.
Cannot argue with that at all.
So I think there were a number of different questions in there. We do not have details about other countries, but we do understand there were also significant costs involved in managing travellers across borders in other countries, in particular in the Border 5 and the European Union. But I want to just come back to the national security exemption letter. I recognise that I did sign that in June of 2020, and that was at the request of PSBC to allow them to put in place the second contract for GC strategies. They had already done the first contract for GC strategies I think it was in March, but they needed to do the second contract. And I referred at the OGO committee last week to the comments around we identified a supplier that was successfully implemented a modern tool for risk assessment. As I identified last week, that was a company called Lixar. What I have learned since last week was actually Lixar was working in strategic partnership with GC strategies. And so I accept that, that the testimony of the PSPC Deputy Minister was correct in that this letter directly led to the second contract for GC strategies. So that is what the National Security letter was used for. Only one contract was let under that National Security exemption letter. The others were let under the FAC originated National Security exemption letter.
Mais pourtant, dans une lettre...
And yet, in a letter that was shared with the committee, you insist that GC Strategies, you insisted that that company should be used on the basis of that exemption. You insisted that that company would receive millions of dollars, even though it was indeed for the second contract. What was the amount of that second contract? Do you have that information at your disposal? The second contract awarded to GC Strategies, please.
So I do, but I also would just like to say that I did not in that letter insist on GC Strategies. That was a decision made by the Board of Technologies and Innovation Director. I was not aware of their name. And actually in the letter it does not mention a name of an individual company.
Non, mais vous mentionnez que pour des raisons de sécurité, il faut...
No, but you stated for security reasons a contract needed to be issued very quickly, and it was the second contract. You just confirmed that, didn't you?
I agree. So there were 3 contracts in total issued by PSPC, all through a sole source agreement under cover of the national security exemption. The second one was issued with an initial value of $4.4 million. Total expenditures after contract amendments amounted to 11.1 million.
Vous trouvez normal d'octroyer...
Do you think that it's normal? Thank you very much, ma'am. Unfortunately, your time's run out.
Good questions from the block yet again. And Jester has just reminded us what the cover charge is for attending a Northern Perspective live stream. And it is a grand total of 1 like and 1 share, according to Chester. So there you go, folks. Very affordable cover charge to get into a Northern Perspective live stream. So for those who haven't paid the cover charge, please go ahead and pay that so we can get up to 1,502 likes. That would be great. We're only about 240 odd behind, so we're closing the gap. Great job, everybody. Anyhow, I wanted to address the why did you sign a 3-year contract? We didn't get there, but hopefully the block gets there in the next round of questioning. The NDP is probably going to be up next. Jerry Savoy with a $5 super chat. Need to go. Keep the likes up. Have a 3.5-hour drive one way to Halifax, Nova Scotia. Drive carefully, Jerry, and take care.
I apologize. Next up, Mr. Desjardins.
For 6 minutes, please. You're joining us virtually. Over to you, Mr. Desjardins.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the witnesses for being present with us today. It is a troubling fact that ArriveCan has cost Canadians millions and millions of dollars while we're experiencing a cost of living crisis. Canadians, whether they're paying rent or just trying to pay their bills, are seeing things go up and getting more expensive. At the same time, it's troubling that their government is spending, without seeming care or oversight, expensive and extreme outsourced contracts. And this is, I think, the crux of my concern, and one that I'll focus on in my questions to our witnesses. We know that, for example, from our statements from the union representatives at CBSA, that there's a double crisis that's happening right now. The crisis of the dramatic underfunding of our public service that has largely created a vulnerability to which CBSA has been forced, in some sense, to outsource, looking for the expertise that they don't have. The other problem is when CBSA is given that longer leash, it seems as though things get way out of hand. We see multiple breaches of very basic levels of accounting, of reporting, and I'd argue of basic ethics to be able to even disclose facts of when or how or if there was influence by private contractors and preferred access to private contractors, particularly when we look at the evidence that the Auditor General has found. I want to turn to finding 1.28 in the report for us to look at. It quotes, the Canadian Border Service Agency determined that it would need to rely on external resources to develop the web-based and mobile application because it did not have sufficient internal capacity with the skills needed. We know that since 2006, as early as then, there's this rapid increase in outsourced contracts by the Government of Canada. We see that in instances like the Phoenix pay system, where we give a contract from the government.
That's interesting. So Mr. Desjardins he's changed. He's changed his approach in committee since the last time. This is more of a campaign type of speech. Very interesting, because he's talking about the Conservatives and he's talking about the Phoenix pay system. He's talking about stuff nothing to do with Trudeau, but
well, Phoenix pay system was implemented under Harper, was it not?
It was started to the start of it was under Harper, and it completed under Trudeau.
Gotcha. So it was a Harper project.
Yeah.
It gets out of control, and these private contractors then endlessly bill the taxpayer for, in this case, even task authorizations that were not completed. Basic levels of mistrust, I think, that were breached here. In addition, finding 1.29, the Auditor General found that as time went on, the agency continued to rely heavily on external resources. You can see Exhibit 1.2. Reduced reliance on external resources would have decreased the total cost of the application and enhanced value for money. This is, I think, the most important piece to some of this work, to know that at a time when you could have reassess some of the task authorizations, even if the task authorization had information relevant to what they were doing or who was doing it. There would have been an opportunity to reduce the overall cost of some of this work. You can look, for example, on that exhibit submitted by the Auditor General's Office of the tremendous cost that this bears against the public.
Is there a question coming, Chair? Just wondering. Or is this guy just going to talk for the witnesses?
Why aren't the Liberals' point of ordering this?
Right? Well, because he's NDP. Orange is very close to red. Daphne Devine with a $10 super chat. Nice to see you. But Khalid, you know how they say you can still put lipstick on a pig? Well, it's true. But in the end, it's still a liberal. Have a great night. See you Sunday. Will do. Thank you very much, Daphne. There's some shade thrown at you, Barnaby. There you go. 5W with a $2 super chat. Where's the bolo? I assume buy one.
Buy one, leave one?
Buy one, leave one, maybe?
I don't know.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. Tell us what that means, please.
And Rev saves with a $5 super chat. The Phoenix Pay system, much like its name, is the product that just won't die and is still costing us more than it's worth. Yes, something like what was it? It's a lot of money. Lot of money. Let's hope we get a question here at some point.
It's now, I think, incredibly important that the checks and balances you mentioned at the onset of your testimony, Mr. Moore, aren't only just listened to today in this committee, but are actually enforced. Because I often find in this committee we have officials such as yourself who, in this particular instance, we see a massive breach of public trust. The attempt to rebuild that public trust is often words and recommendations put forward by the Auditor General. But what I find troubling is sometimes these recommendations don't fully meet where they're target or not enforced. And that's troubling for me. So I'm going to be requesting at the end of our meeting that we investigate follow-up opportunities for your appearance here and follow up on some of the recommendation enforcement. Because the enforcement aspect of this is important to me because it has to change. This just can't continue the way it is. I'm nervous that this could be going on in other ministries or even continuing in your ministry if we don't continue to see some of these checks and balances properly addressed and fully implemented. It's true that we know CBSA has also, you just mentioned, Mr. Moore, was approached by the Public Service and Procurement Canada during an instance of the second contract when they reviewed the first set of contracts and determined that they were insufficient for the purposes of being competitive because of their non-competitive nature and recommended a competitive process. Is it your letter that you just submitted or that you admitted that was signed in May of 2020, is it the case that was that your response to the initial inquiry by Public Service and Procurement Canada, Mr. Moore?
Oh my goodness, we got a question.
Finally
got a question. For those that are hopeful, so Desjardins is still ahead in his riding of Edmonton Griesbach, and but the Conservatives are only about 4 points behind. So there's a little bit of hope. There's a little bit of hope. You got to get those Conservative voters out in force come election day, whenever that happens.
And BOLO means in this context one of two things, according to everyone in the chat.
I know it's a tie.
Yeah, and I think that's probably the most likely thing about what was being referred to, because I guess he's wearing just like a regular tie today and not the BOLO tie. And the other one was be on the lookout. But I think it probably is the tie in this case. Yeah.
David Edwards with a $5 super chat. I found the name of one of the parliamentary interpreters, Carly Johnson. That's probably not this guy. But thank you very much for that. That might actually lead us to the other names, so we'll see. And make sure that we're good. Nobody's left behind. Because those that fall behind are left behind, according to Jack Sparrow. Anyway, let's go.
So actually, I signed the national security exemption on the 1st of June 2020. It was not in response because those comments received from PSPC were sent directly to the Information Science and Technologies branch. They did not come to the CFO's branch. And so we were not aware of any of that feedback from PSPC at the time. It was being sent to the Board of Technologies and Innovation Directorate. In terms of
considering that PSAC understood the nature of how non-competitive contracts could be abused, why is it that you weren't able to do such a thing?
We were not aware. We were only aware of that during these these inquiries. So at the time, they were engaging directly with the Information Science and Technology branch. That has now been stopped. So what part of our procurement improvement plan is that all contracting has to go through our procurement directorate, which is within the controllership branch.
And why wasn't that the case prior to this and for so long?
I think it was because we were taking reliance on our other government department partners, especially during a very busy time for all of us. So as I said previously in my introductory, over 30 of the contracts for ArriveCan were actually, the contract authority was PSPC, and there is a service level agreement between CBSA and PSPC, which sets out the requirements of CBSA as the technical authority and PSPC as the contract authority.
And thank you. I'm afraid that is the time. Mr. Desjardins, we will, of course, be back to you
Chair.
shortly. Beginning our second round, Mr. Barrett, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Mr. Barrett, no doubt going to come up guns blazing. So, essentially what was going on in that exchange is, why didn't you have these controls before? And the response is, well, we were relying on other people like PSPC to actually do their job on this. So it couldn't be our fault. We were relying on everybody else. So because we can't rely on other people to do their job, we're stepping up and doing it. Like, it's just, it's silly. What? The whole accountability of a chief financial officer is you manage the money that is spent within an organization. So if you're the CFO for the CBSA, you're accountable.
Well, and you would think that as a CFO, if you got a bill for $60 million for something that should have cost $80,000, you'd look at that and go, what is this? We're not paying this. Find ways to reduce this.
Well, that's the thing. So, you know, they wouldn't have just been presented with a bill at the outset. What it would have been is there's one contract for $80,000, then another contract for $2.3 million, there's another contract for $4 million. And the CFO should have been like, okay, is all this for the ArriveCan app? Yeah. Why? Why is spending just escalating? And what? Someone's just going to say, "Shut up, John," and just sign it because we're in a pandemic? If that was the case, and maybe it was, that would have been John Osowski. Just saying. Daniel with a 279 super chat. Australia had their own Phoenix disaster. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. Suze Bastian with a $10 super chat. I've shared Northern Perspective with lots who are so in the dark about Canadian politics. What video is best to give them a snapshot of where things are right now? There's so much information, it can be overwhelming. So that's the trouble, Sue. It's the because each of our videos has a different focus. So like one of the things that's different about Northern Perspective is we try not to be generalists and give people a surface view of things. We try and get into it and really give you the details so you know what's going on. So when people ask us, you know, that type of question, that can be a challenge for us because we don't really have, I would say, one or two videos that sum everything up.
I think the question period ones are kind of fair in that regard because usually it's the Liberals and the Conservatives complaining back and forth at each other, and
they'll cover different topics.
Yeah, and they might, like Pierre might talk about the carbon tax, and the Liberals might be like, oh, well, you know, we're implementing $10 a day childcare, and then we will break that down and go, oh yeah, your $10 a day childcare, it's actually bankrupting small businesses, bankrupting daycares, and now there's less daycare for everybody. So we'll kind of toss in like tidbits of information as they're arguing back and forth. So those ones are fairly good at showing what's happening recently. Now, because question period hasn't been in for 2 weeks, we don't have a recent one.
Our Q&A live streams are okay for that because they tend to cover some.
Yeah, the Sunday night live streams are fun because we try not to go over 2 hours for them, and we try to answer as many questions as we can about pretty much everything politics. So you get a good mishmash of everything. But again, it's 2 hours. Not everybody might want to invest that kind of time in it, especially if it's like they're just dipping their toes in.
Yeah, so sorry that's not a great answer for you, Suze, but hopefully that was enough. Randy Labine with a $20 super chat. Love Cypher's imitation of champagne.
Is that a request?
We'll see.
Will you take no requests from the audience?
I will take no requests from the audience, Mr. Speaker.
He knew what I was
I'm
getting
a lawyer. There you go.
Beautiful.
Okay, let's get to Mr. Barrett. This should be fun.
Mr. Vleeming, on GC Strategies' now deleted website, they had a number of testimonials from senior government officials. In one case, the Government of Canada Chief Information Officer was quoted as saying, quote, GC Strategies understands our needs on a business and technical level, end quote. Who would have said that?
Thank you for the question. I've only been at the CBSA for 11 months, so I was not CIO at the time. Prior to me, Min Doan was CIO over the last, I think, 5 years.
Has anyone asked Mr. Doan if that was him?
I am not aware of that.
Who else could it have been? So we've established it wasn't you.
If the reference was specifically to who was the Chief Information Officer of the CBSA in the last 5 years, that would have been Min Doan.
Okay, but it wasn't you that said it?
That's correct.
Are you aware that it was said?
I am
or
not
alleged to have been said? You're not familiar?
All I've heard is the testimony of committees that referencing that certain testimonials on the GC Strategies website.
And did it cause you concern that endorsement had been offered by the CIO?
It surprised me, as you wouldn't typically see that, at least in my experience.
In another example, the Chief Data Officer for the public sector said, quote, GC Strategies, see the bigger picture and do not chase the quick sale. Who would have said that?
I'm not actually aware of who the Chief Data Officer was at the time, sorry.
Has anyone tried to find out who said it?
I'm not part of the internal investigation, which I would assume is also going to be looking at that.
In another case, a Government of Canada senior executive said, quote, GC Strategies listen and try to find solutions to my problems versus selling me a solution to a problem I've never had. Who would have said that?
Not aware of that either.
So we don't know. Could it have been Min Doan?
It's impossible for me to answer that, as there's no details on who actually said that and what their position was.
I'm a bit surprised that even a basic level of curiosity wouldn't have encouraged you to find out if your predecessor, on an unnamed basis, but only using the title that you now have, had actually said something like that, and then now occupying that position, would not have sought remediation, that is, for it to be taken down. Did you ask for it to be taken down by GC Strategies?
No, as far as I'm aware, it's certainly not against any rules or laws to put that up there, and I'm not sure the government has the ability to
But you could ask if it's not true. But
again, if it's not against the law, I'm not aware of them violating any rules by putting that up there.
This is a terrible answer.
Well, it's not against the rules.
This is really a terrible answer. Like, it doesn't matter if it's against the rules or not. It's referring to your title. Why would you not just ask them, hey, guys, can you take this down? And what worst they could say is no. But at least you asked. And it would be in their best interest to actually take it down and listen to you. Just saying. But blaming, like, your response, well, it's not against the rules. That makes you look terrible.
Yeah, some things are just not advisable, and they may be permitted, but that doesn't mean it's a good idea.
Yeah, 11 months as CIO. Will you make it to 12? We'll see. Ravi says with a $5 super chat, it was found scrawled on a piece of toilet paper in Min Doan's private bathroom. Gross.
It's just not something I would typically expect.
So it's compliant with the Values and Ethics Code for the public service?
As far as I'm aware, that would be compliant with the Values and Ethics Code.
Well, I can tell you, if someone who previously held my position said something that I fundamentally disagreed with, and it was attributed in current time by job title only, I'd at least ask the person who had it posted, because I value my reputation and think it's important to the integrity of the institution that I represent that things that are demonstrably false don't continue to stand. I would hope that people who represent in senior positions the government of Canada, on behalf of all Canadians, would exercise that same basic due diligence. Because we have let's be clear, this is a two-person, shady company operating out of a basement that get paid tens of millions of dollars, and they're close enough. They're now alleging that they're close enough with the Liberal government senior officials that they're able to provide testimonials. I'm surprised that you'd be unaware that there hasn't been an investigation of that. Have you, sir, or the current CBSA executives had any contact with Christian Firth or Darren Anthony?
I have not met either of those.
Have you had contact with them?
No, never.
No phone calls, emails, text messages?
Nothing at all.
Okay. Mr. Moore, same question.
No, I've had no contact. No, I've had no contact at all with GC Strategies or any of their employees.
Do you know when the last contact with the person that previously occupied your position, Mr. Fleming, when Mindone would have last contacted them?
I'm not aware of that specific date, no.
Mr. Moore, are you aware of their last contact with the agency?
No, but I know that we ceased paying them in June of 2023.
In June of 2023.
That's right.
Right. Nearly a year after concerns had been brought to the attention of CBSA through the work of Conservatives at standing committees of Parliament. I have more questions for you.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt. Just want to make sure you got it under the wire. Next up, Ms. Yip, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
So interesting angle that that Barrett took there. And no doubt he was hoping that the new CIO of CBSA would have tried to kind of clean up the reputation a little bit of the CIO position, maybe ask some questions and, right the ship, as it were, in terms of the reputation of the CIO of the CBSA. For those that don't know what CIO means, that means Chief Information Officer. They're the head of the IT department and make all decisions, strategic and otherwise, in all things IT. But so it's an interesting approach that he took, and frankly was very disappointed with the response. Yeah, no, I've actually done nothing to do that. And then also asked, do you have any contact with any with anyone at GC Strategies? No, from both of them. And Moore tries to say, but, we haven't paid them since June of 2023. And Barrett's response, that's nice. That's a year after you received complaints about them and referred it to the RCMP. Why did you continue paying them for a year? And then his time runs out.
I was going to say crickets.
Right. So.
That's another meme we need, just like a cricket noise. For when these guys don't answer.
Or, we could just use the new cricket from the Trudeau one, the Trudeau short.
Emotional damage!
Because that's going over really well. So that's the Northern Perspective version of crickets, I think. Okay, I think we're back to the Liberals, probably.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today. My question is for...
No, that's Miss Yip. Skip the Yip.
The Yip.
Is always going to be valuable to the agency.
Thank you, and that is your time, Ms. Yip. Encore une fois, Madame Sinclair-Degagné.
Ms. Sinclair-Degagné, 2.5 minutes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'd like to direct my questions at Mr. Wiemings, please, now. Mr. Wieming, you've been in your position for about 11 months, is that correct? Now, did you play another role in terms of private companies, aside from what is normally a very busy role of CIO?
Est-ce que vous jouez un autre rôle?
Did you play another role outside your role of CIO, or do you currently do so?
I sit on a charity board and another board, that's all.
L'autre conseil d'administration, vous siégez?
The other board you sit on is a private company called Pillar 9, is that correct?
Oui.
Combien de temps?
Yes. How much time does that take up to provide advice on the board of a private company, please?
It's a very small commitment, probably on average, maybe 5 hours a month.
Considérez-vous que vous avez...
Do you feel that you have enough time to do that, given that you hold a very important position and you need to tidy up house at the CBSA?
Yes, I'm comfortable that I'm able to do both.
D'accord. Et vous considérez pas qu'il y a un...
I see. And you don't perceive there to be any problem of being on the board of a private company? If I understand it, the company provides data solutions. It's a company that may at some point in time work for the government of Canada in some way. You don't think that there's a conflict of interest or an appearance of conflict of interest working for such a company on their board?
So what Pillar 9 does is provide the MLS services specifically to realtors in Alberta, so there is no chance it would ever work for the government of Canada. Secondly, when I joined, I immediately did file a conflict of interest report that went through the proper channels and was ultimately signed off by our president.
Ah, vous avez rempli ça.
Ah, so you did fill out that form. There are a lot of folks that actually don't fill out that infamous form. That's what we heard at a committee last week, in fact. Now, I do have a number of other questions. Just before you became CIO for the CBSA, you were CIO for a company called Aurora Cannabis. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Aurora Cannabis.
Aurora Cannabis.
Okay. I gotta get to some super chats because I really am entertained by the one that Robbie Says just put in there. But interesting that they're going after the new CIO of CBSA. Maybe just to test his mettle a little bit to make sure that he's actually competent. I don't know. But, Barrett went after him, and Barnaby's, new girlfriend, whether he likes it or not, is going after him as well in terms of, oh, so you serve on a board. Are you really able to manage your time accordingly, and conflict of interest? And so, so far, he's doing well with the block answers. He didn't do very well with Barrett's questions.
Sorry, I'm just sitting here kind of giggling because I've heard of like a shotgun wedding, but I've never heard of a shotgun girlfriend on the side, whether you like it or not, Barnaby.
Yeah, get used to it. This is the way. D-Ski member for 3 months with a comment, will NP cover Hondong election interference public hearing? So I linked you a video. We literally dropped one video last night on that and one video today on the Hondong public hearing. It was a dong show. It
was bad.
It was terrible.
It was really bad for him. It made him look awful.
It made him look really, really bad.
Really bad. Like he was hiding something or lying or all of it. Like just bad. And
we think he's completely screwed his lawsuit against Global News. I think he's completely invalidated it within the span of an hour. So yeah, you can take a look at our videos on that. Total together, there's part 1 and part 2. I think it's around an hour and a half. Yeah, something like that. So Glenn Stewart with a $5 super chat. I think the Liberal ministers care only for their pockets. We are paying for their crimes, and we need to put our feet down, in my opinion.
And Canadians will put our feet down at the election, and you can see it in the polls that all these ridings are flipping conservative. And remember, if the NDP decide to hold on until after April 22nd to call an election,
it's a whole lot worse.
It gets so much better for the Conservatives, and it gets so much worse for the Liberals and NDP.
Holy.
What are we looking at, Cypher?
So let me cue this up so everyone can kind of see what I'm looking at here. Because I took the liberty of taking a look at the poll. So Nanos released their next poll. So the NDP lost over a point from their previous. So
they're still on the downward slope.
Yeah, they're dropping like a stone. Jagmeet, you paying attention, bud?
This is what happens because everybody knows now and everybody sees it. You guys are the ones that are prolonging our suffering by sticking up for this Liberal government.
They've lost over 3 points, almost 3 points in 1 month.
Since that pharmacare announcement, when they thought that they were going to be like the saviors. Jagmeet thought he was going to be the next Tommy Douglas with this. And look what's happened. They've gone down 3 points.
To put that in perspective, they've lost about 13% of the popular vote that they had at the beginning of March. That's a lot.
Now, the Nanos polls are not necessarily super accurate because they do use low polling numbers. They usually use 1,000 people. While that's considered like fair for polls, that's kind of like the minimum that you want. It's still not great. Like,
That's
if you
not
look
ideal.
at the Abacus ones, they use typically 3,500, which is great. That's a lot of people. So that gives you a nice big picture. So while 1,000 is not necessarily bad, it's not necessarily great either.
Now, Leger's poll has the NDP at 17%, which is 1.7 points lower than the Nanos one, and they use a sample size of 600 more people. But they tend to lean, a little bit to the extreme. I don't say, like, their numbers sometimes are just off. So I don't put too much stock in that. So, that's why we tend to take a look at Abacus. Abacus leans a bit more conservative, and then Nanos leans more liberal. So if you take kind of like the aggregate between the two, you're probably there. Anyway, let's continue. Rev Save with a $5 super chat. Skip the yip should be the campaign slogan for the Conservative candidate for Scarborough Aging Court.
Wouldn't that be amazing?
Right. That would be fantastic. Cecily Bardol, a member for 4 months. What's the difference between ignorance and incompetence? Well,
I think ignorance is just you don't know any better. Oh gosh, I can't think of an example.
Well, ignorance is more you are not paying attention to something, either accidentally or willfully. You're not paying attention to something. You're literally ignoring it. While incompetence is you are very unskilled and poor at your job. So ignorance can lead to incompetence, and is usually it can be a, I would say, a contributing factor to incompetence. But that's how I would describe the difference. David Edwards with a $10 super chat. We didn't have checks for conflicts of interest. It's complete BS. I worked on D&D projects. You couldn't even be a dual citizen because of conflicts. Apply that to employee and owning companies. There you go. Someone who worked for the Department of National Defense projects. That's what D&D means, everybody. Thank you very much for that, David. Tanny with a $7 super chat. Please say hi to Barry, who listens to every episode from the nursing home through his Alexa. Oh, hi, Barry.
Hi, Barry. Hope you're having a good evening.
Hope you're doing well, and hope you're around and listening to Northern Perspective for a long, long time. Hopefully, you'll be listening during the elections. So, thanks for bringing Barry to our attention, Tanny. Yeah, that's actually very touching. Thank you very much. 420 hitter with a $2 super chat. New CIO seems as sharp as a rubber balloon. Fox, were you going to say something or no?
No, I'm good. I
was
just going to read, yeah.
And Angelo Cardoso. Hondong videos NP were good, but totally confusing. I need to watch them again. Well, yeah.
Yeah, I will say just quickly, and we do kind of want to try to do, if we have some time, a just like a little mini video about the candidate selection process. Because this was something I don't even know if you and I really knew until you were looking at the possibility of running.
Yeah, we didn't know the details of it.
Yeah, so what it is you have your, right now anyways, before the boundary change, you have 338 different riding district associations, or sometimes they're called electoral district associations.
Or EDAs.
EDAs, ridings, boundaries, etc. So there's 338 of them across the country. And each one will select a representative or a candidate for the political party, and that's the name that goes on the ballot. So, for example, in Mr. Brock's riding of Brantford-Brant, he's the Conservative candidate. So when you go to vote in that riding, his name is the one on the ballot under Conservative. So what had happened with Han Don was he didn't, like, there was no interference at the actual federal election level. It was during this initial selection of the candidates. So when an election is coming, the parties get together and they decide whose name they're going to put on the ballot to represent their party. You might have like 5 to 10 people trying to get their name on the ballot to represent the party so that if they win, they will become the MP. But you need to hold, they call it a contest, within the party itself, so within the Liberal Party or within the Conservative Party, etc., to choose whose name's going on the ballot as the liberal representative, as the Conservative representative, etc. And that's where this, would you call it interference, you think?
Yeah, it's easier to interfere there because there's no regulations. Like Elections Canada isn't involved in this whatsoever. It's at the party level. So that's why you're allowed to have freaking high school kids allowed to vote. That's how they were able to get, kids bussed in. All they have to do is buy a Liberal membership, and that's it. They're able to vote for a candidate.
So what he's being accused of is kind of like skirting the rules almost and cheating sort of to get Han Don's name on the ballot. So it's not that the Liberals weren't going to put forth a candidate. It's not that anything happened during the actual federal election. It's that it sounds like he did some things that maybe were kind of rule breaking, maybe weren't, but were unethical, and that's how he got his name on the ballot in the first place. So he won the contest to get his name on the ballot for the Liberal Party in that riding.
Yeah, so there's allegations that he knowingly accepted help from the Chinese Communist Party. Who knows if that is actually the case. It doesn't look good based on his answers that he gave yesterday. But this was a competition between a Liberal candidate and a Liberal candidate.
Yeah, so these people were not MPs. They hadn't been elected to Parliament. It was just like, let's pick any 5 people in the chat and say you all live together in the same riding and say you all want to run for the Conservative Party. Only one of you is going to be permitted to run.
Right, and the rest of you, so basically everyone runs out, tries to sign people up, and then bring them to the riding association on the night of the vote, and then everybody votes, and then they tally the votes, and then whoever wins is the candidate.
Yeah, so there's almost like a little, let's call it a mini election before the actual federal election, and that quote-unquote mini election, if you even want to call it that, because it's not really an election, but just for simplicity's sake, that happens within the party. So you've got 5 different Liberal Party members, all who want to be on the ballot, competing against each other, and only one of them will succeed in having their name put on the ballot.
So, summing it up, the argument is that the People's Republic of China backed Han Dong because Han Dong was going to be sympathetic to the People's Republic of China. That's the rationale. And you saw that in the votes because he abstained from one of the big votes that was in the House of Commons to declare what China was doing as genocide. So he actually abstained from that. Yet walked in and voted in the very next vote that had nothing to do with China.
And Angela actually brings up a good point. It says same as how Pierre Poilievre won as leader. Exactly. So there was 4 or 5 different guys who wanted to be leader of the party.
Yep.
And everybody who was a party member got to vote for who they wanted to be leader. Pierre got the most, therefore he's the leader.
And many of you who are members of the Conservative Party, we've heard from you that one of the reasons why you signed up is so you could vote for Pierre as leader. So there you go. That's the same thing.
It's the exact same thing.
Shane with a $2 super chat. Ignorance is not knowing. Incompetence is not learning. I would also say incompetence is not achieving success. You're achieving the opposite of success, which is failure. Nilik with a $2 super chat, 100 likes behind. Come on, people, ring that bell. We're actually 75 likes behind, so we're closing the gap. Ravi says with a $5 super chat, you mean the CCP doesn't select our candidates? Shocked face. Yeah.
Well, they'll try.
And David Edwards with a $5 super chat. The D&D projects were during the Harper years, so either they are ignoring the conflicts or stopped checking on them. Well, and that's a good point, David, because they've found a bunch of people in D&D that actually have conflicts of interest now. So something happened. Something changed. Maybe it was 2015. Something changed. And Auntie with 5 gifted Northern Perspective memberships. Thank you very much, Auntie. And Stinger 007, welcome to NP supporter. Thank you very much. Construction Cronies member for 8 months. Worked for a company that bid federal projects. To be pre-qualified, you had to meet certain criteria. It cost millions plus bonding. IT seems easy. Yeah, there's different criteria based on different industries when you're working for the government, right? So it's something else, and it's a process. Okay, are we ready?
Let's do it.
Let's get her.
Well, did that company undergo hacking while you were CIO?
Yes, it did in December 25th of 2000, I believe.
Est-ce qu'on a comme information par rapport...
Do we have information? Sorry, Ms. Sikla-Degania, can he respond to the question at least, please? No? Mr. Desjardins.
2.5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Chair. I do want to turn now to one of the findings of the Auditor General in relation to information not being found. Finding 1.18 throughout to the findings suggests that financial records were not well maintained by Canada Border Service Agency. The Auditor General's office was unable to determine a precise cost for the ArriveCan application because of poor documentation and weak controls at Canada Border Service Agency. To both Mr. Moore, Mr. Vleming, who's responsible for, within the ministry, who's responsible for financial records?
So under the directive, the Treasury Board Directive on Service and Digital, all employees at all levels are responsible for documenting decisions and activities. So that is a responsibility of everybody who works in the CBSA. Their managers are responsible for ensuring that they meet those requirements, and actually the CIO is responsible for ensuring we have an information management system to allow that to happen. What I would say is during the COVID period, it was more difficult as a result of many people in headquarters having to work from home. But that's not an excuse. I think that's just a recognition.
It's not an excuse. I just use it all the time.
During that period, it was more difficult to maintain those records.
And so you're in your own words, you're saying that everyone in the ministry is responsible. At what point does anyone in the ministry actually raise the alarm bell? Why didn't you, Mr. Moore?
Because, I talked earlier around the delegation of financial signing authorities. Under the delegations, all of these decisions were made by a level below mine.
Not good enough. Why do you have your job then, Moore? Not good enough. You have one of the most visible projects, one of the most important projects. It was so important that you guys had to ram it through and create all of these security exemptions for it. It was that important. That important that you actually had to write a letter to PSBC to basically beg them, please give us another contract for these guys. So they were on your radar. And you're trying to hide behind, delegated authority. Oh, well, the authority to actually sign off on this was delegated to somebody below me, so it was their fault. Wow. Good thing you don't work in the Auditor General's office. Your ass would be fired. And I need Jerry for this.
Oh, come on!
Or Jim, not Jerry. Jim. Anyway. Chicken Legs 58 with a $7 super chat. That's a great name.
That is a great name.
And thank you for the sticker. And Milady Loves Cats. Love to see you in chat with a $20 super chat. Incompetence could be defined as someone who claims expertise in a certain domain, but turns out they have no close
Maybe no clue?
No clue as to what's going on. Also, really liked your Handong videos. Keep up the good work, you two. Thank you very much for that.
Them.
There you go. So lots of different definitions coming out. Cecily Bartle with a $2 super chat. So what's this? Ignorance or incompetence?
Sometimes it's
both. This is both. This is both. And I'll even throw another one out there. Negligence.
Ooh, that's a fancy word.
Revisays with a $5 super chat. The buck stops here. The CEO is the authority. He has the responsibility. So, well, in this case, this guy's the CFO. So he's accountable for everything when it comes to financially related transactions within the CBSA. So it's his job to know. And he did know because he signed letters. Entergate with a $5 super chat. Ignorance is just being stupid by choice. That's actually a good way to put it.
That is a good way to put it.
So I would be responsible for signing contracts which are within my own organisation.
But Mr. Moore, you just said it's everyone's responsibility. Everyone's responsibility, unless you're not in the ministry, to raise an alarm when they see mismanagement or bad practice. In this case, you're saying that you're not responsible because it was below your pay grade. It was below your authorization.
No,
At what
I'm not
point
saying...
are officials such as yourself and others who are involved directly in ArriveCan, privy to information of ArriveCan, have access to the contracts of ArriveCan, at what point do you actually say, this is unreasonable, this is not, Canadians can't expect this? Non-competitive contracts, contracts that have no tax authorizations, and even worse, there are instances where we don't even have information as to the contractors or how much they charged. Mr. Moore, this is serious. And it's something that I don't can't understand.
I'm going to allow a response. Your time is virtually up.
Please, yeah, why aren't you responsible?
I would say it's very serious. We're taking these recommendations very seriously in our implementation. But I was not responsible. But as the CFO at that time, I was accountable, and I accept that. And that's why we're putting in place all these additional controls and measures.
My next question. Okay, so he used the A word, accountable. So we've talked about ignorance versus incompetence. Let's talk about responsible versus accountable. So in an organization, you are responsible for something, meaning a task is expected of you to perform. So your job is to perform said task. Accountable is you face potential discipline if that task isn't done. The buck is, accountability is who the buck stops with.
Here's an example. So say you bring your toddler into a china shop and your toddler goes up to the shelf, grabs something off the shelf and smashes it on the floor. The toddler is responsible for it because he's the one that actually took it off the shelf and smashed it. He did that action. And you, as the parent, are the one who is accountable because he's your kid and you're supposed to be watching him and making sure that he's not wandering over to the shelves and grabbing things and smashing them.
That's a great analogy.
It is. Thank you.
Will Kowchuk with a $5 super chat. I'm still confused. When can we start putting these morons behind bars?
Soon, one hopes, but
soon.
Unfortunately, the wheels of justice turn slowly. What's the other half of that quote? But they grind very fine.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Transcription with a $10 super chat. You find it reasonable? That's from Monty Python Life of Brian. Jonathan Moore has a... He has a wife, you know. Do you know what she's called? She's called Incontinentia. Incontinentia buttocks. That's amazing. Thank you very much for that transcription. Love it. Love it. I love the Monty Python fans.
I can't breathe.
Shane with a $2 super chat. There was a time the accountable got the rope. Yeah, it was. And hopefully that time is coming back. Not literally, but figuratively. Okay. Yeah. All right. Off we go.
Thank you very much. Turning now to Mr. Nader, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you to our witnesses for joining us here this morning. At a recent public accounts meeting, Danny Richard, president of the Canadian Financial Officers, testified that between the three departments in question here, there are over 1,000 members in those departments, including 5 members who flagged issues with management. But we understand that very few, perhaps a dozen of these financial officers were actually involved in this procurement process. Mr. Moore, are you concerned by this?
So I'm concerned by a number of the points Mr. Richard made, and I do regularly communicate with him. And I want to identify what more we can do to actually improve the financial manager organisation within the within CBSA. But, you know, sort of where we are in terms of the delegation of financial instruments is the majority of the controls are at the manager level, and we then have financial manager advisors who are engaged in the strategic financial management. They do not sign task authorizations, they do not sign invoices and Section 32 and Section 34 responsibilities. But if they identified wrongdoing or any issues associated with that, they would be responsible for bringing them forward to us.
Well, frankly, there were problems identified and nothing happened, and I think that's on you, sir. I want to move on, though, but we know there are a number of current investigations ongoing in a number of venues, but most concerning is obviously the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, the RCMP, the Mounties. Our concern here is that Min Doan's emails have magically disappeared. The Chief Technology Officer couldn't save his emails, which is rather concerning, rather than perplexing, and I'm sure the RCMP are very intrigued and interested by that. I want to know from you, Mr. Moore, what are you doing to recover those emails?
So that is subject to an internal investigation and potentially also an RCMP investigation. I'm not privy to either of those investigations, so I can't comment on where they are. In terms of what we are doing to recover those emails, maybe I'll ask Mr. Vleeming to explain.
Thank you. So this is actually being run by our internal investigation as well, including the recovery side of things to ensure there's no conflict of interest. And so I'm not aware of any more information, not privy to that internal investigation.
To you, Mr. Vleeming, how easy is it to permanently delete all your emails without a trace?
It is actually surprisingly easy. The reality is that Shared Services Canada is accountable for email and the policies around that, and a person can choose to delete their emails. It is retained for 30 days where they can't permanently, and after that it is deleted.
Surprisingly easy. I am, quite frankly, shocked by the fact that the Government of Canada, with all the resources of the state behind it, cannot preserve the emails of someone in a position like Min Doan when there is a criminal investigation ongoing and these documents simply disappeared. I think that's incredibly concerning.
What? You're trying to tell me that the Government of Canada, Shared Services, doesn't back up email?
What?
Really? Are you seriously trying to suggest that that's the case? And if the Government of Canada does not back up email, then all of Shared Services should be fired. That's organization management 101. And there's many different types to do different ways to do that.
Well, because what if, and not even if there's anything, I guess that happens by accident in the organization. What if you're hacked? Well, you know, what if your stuff is held for ransom, and you need all those emails, and you're like, oh well, we don't have a backup. Oh well.
Well, let's just keep it simple. What if somebody leaves the organization, and then a year down the road, you're like, oh, that person had access to some contracts and it was in their email. What are you going to be? Oh, well, gone? That's... I don't accept that. I really don't. Anyway, That's something. Revu says with a $2 super chat, we'll have to build a new prison to hold them all. Yeah, we sure would. Kathy Sharp with a $5 super chat. It's okay to be ignorant. It means you aren't learned. It's not okay to remain ignorant, especially if it impedes your job. That's a good point. Shane with a $2 super chat. France has guillotines cheaper than prisons. Yeah, but you can't really go back on a guillotine if you're wrong. Daniel with a $2.79 super chat. Will anyone go to jail? Someone's going to jail. I'm quite confident of that. Who it is? Well, I'm pretty confident that Christian Firth might go to jail. Pretty confident Darren Anthony might go to jail if they're still in the country. Glenn Stewart, the $5 super chat. Letters to the NDP are on the way. Still folding and stuffing envelopes to the Liberals. Attaboy, Glenn.
That's awesome.
Attaboy.
Everybody, Glenn is writing all 338 members of Parliament, and he's doing it by snail mail. Because, again, you do not have to put postage on an envelope if you are sending letter mail to your MP or any MP. And Glenn's sending letter mail to them all. So, way to go, Glenn.
Revis says with a $2 super chat, just got a whiff of bullshit. Will Kowalchuk with a $2 super chat. Oh my God, bring out your dead.
We need to watch that again.
Bring out your dead. Oh,
I feel like you can never watch too much Monty Python.
No, it's yeah. Between the two best ones, if you haven't watched any Monty Python, Life of Brian and the Search for the Holy Grail,
of course.
Like, it's great.
Classic.
I think Monty Python, Life of Brian, that's the one where you will be laughing the fastest in the movie, just because the jokes, like, they're just thrown on you. Justin Brown with a $7 super chat. That is malarkey. If I had to keep all my emails for the duration of my term in the municipal government, why can't you? Exactly. And Milan 94 with a $5 super chat. This guy has 3 brain cells and they're all competing. Who is going to finish second and third? It's great.
I want to move on. Mr. Hayes, to you. In your opening comment, you echoed many of the concerns that were previously raised by yourself and by the Auditor General about lack of records, not having paper trails, just things not existing. We received a letter recently from the Department of Public Services and Procurement Canada, the supposed experts on procurement. And the Assistant Deputy Minister wrote this. On February 2nd, 2017, PSPC awarded a contract to GC Strategies for $24,977 through a supply arrangement for professional services to provide business and technical learning to PSPC employees using a new client relationship management system. A search of PSPC systems found references to the contract, including the total amount. However, the contract document itself was misplaced during a reorganization and relocation of hard copy files. So the department is supposed to be the experts on procurement is losing documents on procurement and on contracts. What's more, Treasury Board Secretariat, a central agency, wrote to us and said, on behalf of the Treasury Board Secretariat, we have a no response to expanded motion is provided, no response to GC Strategies, yet in the Public Accounts of Canada, it lists GC Strategies as having received an account or the contract for the Treasury Board Secretariat. So here we have 2 key agencies, neither of which can account for their own contracts with GC Strategies. Is that a concern from the Auditor General's office?
We would expect that proper books and records are kept on contracts and on payments made under those contracts for the full period of the retention periods required by law. So obviously there are times where hard copies might be misplaced, and it's important to find them. We've constantly made recommendations and findings about the importance of good record management and accurate data collection. So yes, I would express concern over the fact that contract documents can't be located.
Thank you very much. That is your time, Mr. Nader. Turn now to Ms. Bradford joining us virtually. You have the floor for up to 5 minutes, please, Ms. Bradford.
I'm not really up for listening to Ms. Bradford.
I want to thank the witnesses for being here today. Mr. Moore, presumably your department has emergency planning in place. Would that be the case?
Yes, so we have a standing emergency plan which was utilised during the pandemic. As I've said earlier, we established 3 separate governance committees. We decided to split the operational crisis management committees into 2. The internal task force, which I chaired, and the border task force, which was chaired by the vice president of the Travellers branch. They both reported to the emergency management committee, which was the executive committee. In the early days, that committee met daily throughout, 24/7 essentially. Over time, that frequency of those meetings started to go down slightly. But it was definitely operating in an emergency management approach across the entire country, because also all of the individual regions also were having to manage with a vast change in their approach to how they operated the border. A lot of the ports of entry, certainly the ones which were commercial, were operating incredibly hard, whereas some of the traveller ones actually saw a very big reduction in the volume because of the volumes.
Was this the first time you've experienced
just one
in
second,
your role?
Mr. Vierson, I have a point of order. Yes, Ms. Yep.
I just would like the chair to remind those in the room not to take photos.
Oh.
Thank you.
I did not catch that. You are absolutely correct. There should be no photos. I'm going to have the clerk check with you, Ms. Yip, as to who you spotted, and I will instruct the clerk to have them delete the photo or photos. If you would just check that, I'll keep running the meeting. Thank you, Ms. Yip.
Oh my goodness, a proper point of order.
Holy smokes. But that is a proper point of
It
order.
is.
Yeah, and you can't do it in the House of Commons either.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody was asking, was it this past Sunday, about going to the House of Commons to watch question period, and you can go. You just are not permitted to take any photos.
Yeah, someone was talking about going into question period and like live streaming from there or something like that. Yeah, that would be bad idea.
Like you can. I know we were permitted to take photos when we had gone on the tour with our MP, but that's because
it wasn't in
nobody
session.
Nobody was there. It was just the empty room. And I don't want to say empty because there was staffers like pulling stuff out of desks and like throwing things out and that sort of thing, but like the MPs weren't there.
Yeah, Parliament wasn't in session, so. Reaper Cheap with a $2 super chat. House arrest is fine with me. Yeah, I support house arrest.
I think that'd be too cushy. Come on.
Well, we get to choose the house.
Yeah, maybe like the creepy chalet in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, you know what? All of them have to be in one house together.
Yes.
There's like 300 people, but they have to live in the same house.
Like, what's that? Isn't it called Big Brother, that show?
Yeah, I don't even know if it's still on. But anyway.
I don't know.
Reap it cheap with a $2 super chat, as long as it is with Bernardo, Mangata, and Further. Yeah, I'll support that. And Rabbit saves with a $5 super chat. OMG, a DR plan is not the same thing as he being obtuse. Probably, because he must have been around long enough to know that. And DR, for everybody, is disaster recovery. A DR plan is, in the case of a designated disaster, whether it's something that is impacting your organization or threatening to impact your organization, you have a plan that is documented to rely upon in that situation. But that's not this. That's not this. Like it's not the pandemic. Jarsa with a $5 super chat. A little off topic, but it seems next Monday will be Jamil Giovanni's first day in Parliament. Yes, it will. Given Blakey just left, it's a win-win. Clean up Parliament. Yeah, absolutely.
Yes, that's really cool.
And he'll be escorted down the hall by Pierre.
And the whip.
And the whip, yes, absolutely. Yeah. So that'll be nice for Jamal to see.
And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, he has to take an oath.
He takes an oath. Yeah. It'll be before that, and because once he's brought and presented before Parliament, Pierre announces to everybody that he has taken the oath and is ready to take his seat. So that'll be really exciting for Jamal.
So we'll be reporting on that.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that'll be during question period. Current Denise with a $5 super chat. Can someone please get this guy to say, "Release Waderick"? Also, the wife thinks he looks like SpongeBob. Willie Swoderick! If you don't know what that's from, you're missing out on life by not seeing Life of Brian. Diane Sylvain with a $50 super chat. My MP made it to committee. Arnold Viersen, excellent. He is great, and I just wrote him about all these scandals. He really does have great integrity. Guess he decided to get involved. Hello, well, pretty sure Peace River, West Loch is all blue.
Awesome.
And thank you very much for that, Diane. And Will Calward-Chuck, oh my God, Survivor. $2 super chat. Okay. All right.
Yep. Turning now back to Mr. Viersen. You have 3.5 minutes to go, please. Over to you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Moore, in your time as in your position, is this the first time your department used this emergency planning procedure?
It uses it on a sort of sadly on 2 regular basis. So, for example, I think a few months ago where there was the tragic accident in the United States around Rainbow Bridge, the Southern Ontario region had to bring in their emergency planning for that, especially during the period when it could have been considered to be a terrorist attack. So any operational activity at the border, we will bring in our emergency management procedures.
Okay, so this is not the first time that this has happened. It seems unique then that there would be a general COVID fund. Was that unique?
So it was unique, but it was also a product of what we were having to do. So, for example, we had to increase the cleaning of our ports of entry and to do it twice a day rather than once a day. We had to secure, with the help of the Public Health Agency and PSPC, all of the PPE. We had to buy sanitization cabinets to allow the officers to actually steam, clean their tools and things like that. So lots of different things.
It was a very broad fund.
It was a very broad fund covering a number of different activities.
Okay, so you would say like a COVID slush fund.
It was definitely not a COVID slush fund. It was an emergency management fund. And in the first year, we provided $5 million to the Information Science and Technology branch to partially cover their costs of the first year of the ArriveCan app.
From soup to nuts, you could put that in that fund, or it was basically an expense account.
Well, it was an emergency management committee decision. So all decisions went to the emergency management committee who decided what they were going to be funding with that money.
Okay. What kind of oversight did the minister have of that particular fund?
So the minister had no oversight on that because we were taking this money from our operational funding. So when the minister has oversight when the mains estimates are agreed or when supplementary estimates are agreed, but that would be the only time the minister would have oversight.
Would he have known about this COVID slush fund?
He certainly would not. He probably would not have known about the emergency management fund, but I can't comment on whether the president at that time referred to it.
So from protective gloves, masks, cleaning equipment to IT sourcing, that would have all gone through the same funding?
Yes, and in the first year it was about $20 million in total.
And so you can see how the Auditor General would have had a challenge in dissecting this particular slush fund.
Well, I think I do, and I said at the start, we did not have a separate code for all the different activities. It did all go into this fund, and we learned that lesson. That was a mistake. We should have set up separate codes at the start, but I'm afraid that is part of a problem of being able to identify exactly where the funding went to.
Hence, the conclusion that this was a slush fund rather than an emergency management fund. Mr. Chair, I think that's my time. Thank you very much.
That is, Mr. Viersen. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I love how Conservatives will never not take an opportunity to call something a political buzzword, which is the COVID slush fund. I expect that to make it into question period next week. But it's interesting because they're saying, oh, well, a whole bunch of stuff, came out of this fund. Okay, and we allocated $5 million to IT. Okay, so if you did that and it went through this oversight committee, you should know what it was spent on. But they're trying to say, well, we allocated it to different cost centers and, blah, 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 blah. Excuses. It doesn't fly. The more they talk, the more they corner themselves, in my humble opinion. Robbie says with a $5 super chat, put them in a room with one spoon and only one of them is allowed back out.
That would be brutal.
Yeah.
Like, ugh.
I don't know if you want to live stream that or not.
No, but like a spoon? Like that, ugh.
It's dull, you twit. It'll hurt more.
Exactly.
There's a Robin Hood Prince of Thieves reference for everybody. Alta Peasley with a $28 super chat. Listening to Jonathan Mowo just makes me giggle. I can't take him seriously. He changes his R's and L's to W's. My daughter did that when she was 4. I am talk shaming him. Not sorry. Thank you, Northern Perspective, for everything. Thank you for that. Now look with a $2 super chat. So it was a COVID slush fund. LOL. I love it. And John Caldaway with a $2 super chat. Help, Fox and Cypher. I'm being repressed. Oh, I love these Monty Python references. Excellent. Okay. I was my mind was going to that scene and I was going to do more, but I want to make sure I stay on topic here. Robbie saves with a $5 super chat. Then when it was all done, continuing on. Then when it is all done, we take the spoon and mount in the House of Commons. Or we take the spoon back and mount it in the House of Commons. Okay. But which wall? Which
and then
wall
we have a
does it
chili
go?
cook-off with it.
Oh, man. Yeah, with the remnants. Okay.
We know to Ms. Shanahan joining us virtually. You have the floor, Ms. Shanahan. Over to you, please.
Oh, goodness.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, and I too thank the witnesses for appearing here today. And
thank
I
your
do
nose for appearing.
Some of
the you're so close.
testimony that we heard just prior regarding the Emergency Management Fund. So I'd like to ask Mr. Moore if there's anything that he can add to that, because having a border, one of the largest land borders in my riding, I have many workers, CBSA workers, who live in the riding of Chateauguay-Lacolle, and I know how much they were working during that time and the pressures that they had in addition to their usual duties.
In addition to their usual duties, one thing that they had to do in addition to their usual duties is spend lots and lots of time showing people actually how to use the ArriveCan app. That was supposed to alleviate them. So they used to just hand people a form, they would fill it out and give it back to them, versus, oh, okay, now I actually have to, waste my time and show these people how to do it. And then answer questions to people who don't actually have smart devices. How am I supposed to actually use the ArriveCan app when I don't have a device to actually use it? Yeah. Like those extra duties. That's what you're referring to, Shanahan? Yeah, I'm sure. I think I'm going to skip Miss Shanahan.
Yeah, that's...
Right now with the clerk. 1 sec, please. Mr. Viersen, is that a point of order or just lining up?
Just on the motion.
Just 1 sec, please.
Oh, there's a motion.
Back it up.
Undertakes to invite witnesses, that a witness list submission deadline be set by the chair with the explicit consent of the committee.
This is the same thing that they did in OGO. So they are systematically trying to prevent the Conservatives from calling these committee meetings
during constituency week.
Yes, without the agreement. So that's interesting.
that witnesses be invited proportionately to each recognized party standing in the House, and that no such witness be invited without proper instruction of the committee. Chair, I have that motion that can be delivered to all members forthwith.
Thank you, Ms. Shannon. Have you delivered it to the clerk in both official languages?
I believe so. Let me just check.
I'm just going to suspend. I'm just going to huddle with the clerk for a second then. But in the meantime, if you could check, please. And I paused the time. Just 1 second, Mr. Desjardins. Mr. Desjardins, I assume you want to speak to this, Mr. Desjardins, or is it a point of order? Yeah, just give me a few minutes.
I guess it's a point of order in relation to just the supply of the motion.
How do you mean by this? What do you mean by the supply? Is it coming to you?
Like, did a clerk send us? Yeah.
No, I'm going to check right that. I'll have Ms. Shanahan reading it. I'm just going to check right now with the clerk. 1 sec, please. Mr. Viersen, is that a point of order or just lining up?
Just on the motion.
Just 1 sec, please. Thank you, Ms. Shanahan. The clerk's going to send it to members in a few moments. Ms. Shanahan, I'm going to take this as you are tabling this motion. It does not, I'll come back to you in a second. I will allow you to respond. It does not, it is in the broad category of committee business, which of course is acceptable, but does not pertain to the business at hand with this ongoing meeting. You are welcome to respond to that. We, of course, can pick it up. I am willing to. I am willing to seek additional time on Tuesday if you do. If you're in agreement, but you go ahead, please, Ms. Shanahan.
Chair, I am moving this motion.
So I'm going to move it out of order. It does not. I'll explain why. It does not. It does not pertain to the business at hand. It is a broad motion with respect to how this committee can operate, and of course we could pick it up next week. And as an alternative to members, I propose we finish off today's meeting with witnesses we have, and then we deal with this motion early next week.
Okay, interesting.
So he's kind of deferred it.
So we got some committee processes going on here, folks. So for those that may not have caught our video last week, which we actually we haven't gotten to record the second half because of everything going on. The Liberals have been getting very frustrated with the Conservatives continuing to investigate and push on these ArriveCan and SNC-Lavalin and Winnipeg, like all of the scandals, to push the investigations during constituency weeks because they want to get to the bottom of this. So in parliamentary committee, the chair has the authority by default to call meetings as they see fit and to invite witnesses as they see fit. So during one of the OGO meetings last week, the Liberals decided that they were going to put a stop to that. So they introduced a motion in committee that basically said that the committee has to agree to what witnesses are going to be called. And
when.
And the Liberals were successful in that motion.
Because no doubt they were helped by the NDP.
Right. So it is unsurprising, to say the least, that they are now bringing the exact same motion at the standing meeting for public accounts, which is also investigating ArriveCan during constituency week. So, not surprised in the least. Now, what Chair Williamson has said is, I am suggesting that we discuss that motion, but next week, so we can finish off this meeting, because this is technically committee business. And
the other thing, they're whining about like wasting time on constituency week in committee, but they're prolonging it by debating a motion or having a motion.
Right, and that's what Shanahan is essentially just said, no, I want to move it now and discuss it now and debate it now and vote on it now. And when a motion is moved at committee, you have to stop what you're doing. Like, they can't just say, well, too bad, we're going to continue dealing with the witnesses. They have to address it. So the way Williamson is addressing it is he's ruling the motion as out of order, meaning that he is exercising his authority as chair to say, I'm ruling this as not valid for this particular time in this particular meeting, and that we will move it to Tuesday. So he is essentially overruling Shanahan. Now, what can then happen, and I imagine it will happen because people are saying that this is going to go on for a while, is someone will challenge the ruling of the chair. And then when they challenge the ruling of the chair, eventually there's a vote on that, and then the chair could be overruled if the committee votes that the chair's the challenge to the chair is valid. And then if he is trying to overrule Shanahan in moving this motion, then that would be overruled, and then the motion would be allowed to continue to be discussed at this meeting. So there's a lot of parliamentary procedure going on right now. So we'll hopefully we've made some sense of it for everybody, but we'll explain it as each step happens going ahead.
Let's do these super chats, and then you give me your glasses, as I've been instructed to take them away from you.
Sure. So I got the first one, Daniel, with a $2.79 super chat. It's Monty Python theme meme. Maybe, but the catch is we have to be careful with some of these because they can't go on. We could probably get one or two Monty Python memes in the house. And Rob Barkhouse with a $2 super chat. Pardon me, late to the show. We'll catch up eventually.
And we have Will Cowlchuck with a $2 super chat. You know what? You read this one. You can do it better than I can.
Will Cowlchuck says, wow, I say, nee. We are the knights who say, nee. And Nilik with a $2 super chat. Isn't the motion contradictory to committee rules? Well, that you can introduce a motion to amend committee rules. That's the thing. So technically it is. You're right, but you can amend them by way of a motion.
Ravi Sadie's with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much. It says, "Grr, this BS infuriates me. This feels like an abuse of the rules."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does. Like, I think the Liberals are doing anything and everything that they can to try to stop committee meetings of ArriveSCAM. And you know what? Sometimes I wonder if we've made that worse. Because you think about it, most of us included, Cypher and I included, would not be watching this otherwise.
Yeah, so, and now they know that, like,
Canadians are
tens
watching.
of thousands of Canadians are watching this now.
I mean, before we started Northern Perspective, did I sit down in the evening and watch the OGO committee? No.
So myself, Barnaby, Fox, nobody even knew that you could watch committee like this.
Right.
We didn't know that until probably halfway through last year. So.
And now Canadians know.
There you go.
And now we're doing it.
Ravi says with a $10 super chat, like my reading of the motion is that they all have to agree to the people who testify so they can filibuster and not allow anyone to testify at Diane Sylvain. So
I'm wondering about that because then no work would get done. So I'm wondering about that. There's got to be a way, and the problem with committee is it doesn't come online fast the way that House of Commons business comes online. Like House of Commons, I can read question period in Hansard like the next day. Committee often takes a week or more to show up, so I won't be able to see the motion.
That takes
for
days,
a while.
days and days and days. It won't be available till next week.
Yeah, so I honestly don't know the answer to your question because, I mean, that's what it sounds like, but it doesn't make sense because then no work would get done.
So, Galaxy Dent says, Northern Perspective is something that even Trudeau knows. You guys made this #1 show in Canada. I don't know if he knows about it or, well, he may know, but he hasn't said it. Not that we know of, anyway.
Thank you.
Will Cowchuck with the $2 super chat. Just bring out the holy hand grenade of Antioch. That would be very, very handy right now. Okay, let's see where this goes. I anticipate a challenge to the chair coming.
Glasses.
That's fine.
Ms. Shanahan, you still have two minutes.
I challenge that decision, Mr. Chair.
And there you go.
We'll have a vote then. Clerk, please call the roll call.
Okay, as predicted, less than a second after he's made his ruling, is a challenge to the chair. Okay. Lady Loves Cats with a $5 super chat. Okay, Monty Python's Life of Brian is now on my watch list. Sorry to say I've never watched it, but plan it. Oh, you were in for a treat if you've never seen it.
That was the first Monty Python one that Cypher showed me. I know a lot of people see the Holy Grail, but I saw Life of Brian first. It was awesome. Loved it. So good.
So now they're going to call a vote. Let's see where the NDP stand on this.
Shall the decision of the chair be sustained? Ms. Bradford.
No.
I vote against.
Mr. Van Bynen.
I vote against.
Ms. Khalid.
I vote no.
Ms. Shanahan.
No.
Ms. Yip.
No.
Mr. Nader.
Yes.
Mr. Brock.
Yes.
Mr. Viersen.
Yes.
Madame Saint-Clair Desgagnés.
Oui.
Mr. Desjardins.
Against.
Yeah, sorry
There
with
you
the
go.
Liberals.
NDP again.
There you go.
5 nays, 5 yeas.
What? No.
Sorry, what was that again?
No, it wasn't.
How did Mr. Digital vote?
That was 6 to 4. What are you saying? 5 yeas, 5 nays. Chair counted wrong.
It wasn't the chair that counted.
Sorry, the clerk counted wrong.
Mr. Desjardins, can you just confirm your vote? Are you voting to uphold my ruling, or are you voting to have this motion accepted and we will move into debate on this motion?
I'll accept the motion.
So you are moving to debate this motion
Against.
right
Yeah.
now? Very good.
Exactly.
Very good. All right. The committee has overruled the chair, and we are going to debate this motion. Mr. Viersen, you're up first, it looks like. Over to you, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do recall, I'm a relative new member to this committee, and I do recall the name drop of Mr. Christofferson, of who I had the privilege of serving on committee with in the past, by Ms. Shanahan. And she laid out for me very early on in my time here at this committee that this committee generally operated on a consensus basis, and that it was she was the one that informed me that Mr. Christofferson had said that when this committee was working well, you couldn't tell which party the member was from, or whether the member was an opposition member or a government member. So I find it quite surprising that that this motion is coming from Ms. Shanahan in particular today, that demanding that there would be equal representation of witnesses and based on party allocation and things like that. So I'm surprised. I don't think that that is the spirit of this committee, and I would vote against this motion. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Mr. Desjardins, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And although you know that I
Appel au
appreciate...
règlement, Monsieur le Président.
On a point of order, Mr. Chairperson, just if you could hold on a second, Mr. Desjardins, there's a question, a point of order rather. We haven't received the motion in both official languages yet, so before we debate it, I'd like to get my hands on it.
Meeting until all members have the motion. It was sent to the clerk. I know the clerk is busy working on it, so Mr. Desjardins, if you can just hold for a minute or two, I'll come right back, and I'm going to suspend this meeting. And I do have a list of people that wish to speak to it after you, Mr. Desjardins. I've got Ms. Khalid and then Mr. Nader. But allow me to suspend. And as for witnesses, if you can just hang tight for a couple of minutes, we'll see how this goes. 1 sec, please. And on that, I'll suspend.
So when I was putting this together, I saw a very long period of nothing. So I cut that out. So I imagine this is what I cut out. But I don't want to cut out these super chats that people have taken the time to put forth. Troy Boyarski, good to see you with a $5 super chat. The skit, I want to be called Loretta. Yes. John C's response, didn't know they were. Where's the fetus going to gestate? You're going to keep it in a box.
That one's in Life of Brian.
It's a fantastic one. There's so many good ones. There is literally no bad skits in Life of Brian. Nilik with a $2 super chat. We need a mission to make NDP and Liberals a non-party. Well, that's the mission to be carried out in the next election.
Yep, that's right. It's up to us Canadians to do that. So tell everyone you know.
No, we're not going to let that play. No.
So, sorry, we have to skip over the green part with the violin music because YouTube doesn't like the violin music.
It'll give us a copyright.
Yeah, and then if we cut it out, then it makes the chat disappear afterwards, so people can't read it afterwards. So that's why I was like, oh, no!
It didn't go on for very long, so I think we're okay.
We're good.
Over to you, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Looking at the motion, I do believe that it's important, particularly for my party and our smaller representation in this committee, to be able to have input on our witness list and to be able to have consent, the standard of a convention of policies across most committees in the House of Commons. And so I think it's quite consistent with existing procedure. So I'd be happy to dispose of this as when you can in order for us to return to the witnesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Desjardins. Ms. Kelly, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, Chair, and very much like Mr. Desjardins, I really believe that it's imperative for us to have full sway and full consensus as we work on the important matters that that this committee deals with.
So very, very obvious Freudian slip there. We want to have full sway, meaning on the committees where we have a chair, we want to be able to call whoever we want. On the committees where we have an opposition chair, we want to be able to call whoever we want.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, again, these guys are tired of looking bad on Parliament TV for the rest of us.
So I guess here's the question, folks. Do we want to listen to the entire debate of the motion, or do you want me to try and skip it so we can get back to, because we all know where based on what Desjardins has said and based on what the Liberals have said, we know where this is going to go. So we know this is going to be voted for.
Yeah.
So just give us a quick skip or not for those that have seen it.
Yeah, I'm seeing skip, Khalid.
Well, I'm asking, do we skip the entire debate?
I have Hugh Jass saying no.
Oh, wait. The debate is not too long. It gets spicy.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we'll see how it goes for a little bit, and then maybe we'll do a confirmation. So nobody overruled the chair.
Over the past number of months that I've been part of this committee, I have had the privilege and the honor to work with all members, regardless of party, to come together to build that consensus, to find ways to move forward, to actually tackle the issues that public accounts is tasked with within our government, within our parliament. And time again, I have had to remind you, Chair, and remind committee members that that we are willing to play ball here. That can we please have say in when meetings are called, in just an understanding as to which the witnesses are. We are trying our very best to work with the committee to ensure that we are doing what taxpayers, what Canadians want us to do. And it is getting increasingly difficult for us on our side, and I won't speak to other members in other parties, but I know that for us, it's becoming more and more difficult for us to be able to have a say in when meetings are held, when we are in our constituents trying to do the important work for our constituents, which witnesses are called without having any regard what the rest of the committee wants, Chair. And so I think, as much as I would not have wanted this motion to put forward, because I personally thought that this was a general understanding as to how we operate as a committee, it's sad that we have to put this motion forward, but I fully support it because that's the nature of how parliamentary committees work. That is how we should be able to operate with consensus, with ensuring that every party has representatives and an equal say in which witnesses are called and when meetings are held. Trust me, Chair, it's not just you. We all care about what the issues are.
Man, she's so condescending. Yep, glasses are on the desk, folks.
So, Barnaby.
Barnaby's in trouble.
Khalid is now blacklisted from your relationship. So if you want to have any sort of internet crush, Jester, you're the bouncer. I don't want to hear a skip or a yip out of Barnaby as it relates to Khalid. You have my permission to kick him out of the club.
I feel Cypher's like the dad who's like, "You're not dating that girl."
Yeah, because the hypocrisy that is coming out of this, little brat's mouth is just astounding. The Liberals being the party talking about, oh, well, it's not fair and we shouldn't have to do this. And you have literally shut down committee meetings multiple times because you don't want it entered into the record what is going to be said.
And they also don't want Canadians watching this stuff. Do you think that the Liberals are happy that they've got almost 1,500 Canadians sitting here right now watching this garbage that they're doing? I doubt it. They want to be able to do their scandals in private, have all of us suffer, and get away with it scot-free. But no, Canadians are wising up to their antics. And we're not going to let them get away with it.
Well, and it's amazing that she says, Canadians expect us to do... Yeah, we do expect you to do the work. This work. This investigation, you need to work at it until it's done. You need to work at it until you find out what actually happened.
If they weren't bringing these stupid motions to committee, then it would be like a 2-hour session, because that's usually the maximum amount of time that A, they have witnesses for, and B, that they have the clerk for, that they have the staff for. And you could move those appointments until later in the day. I don't think most constituents would be upset if you said, okay, I can't meet you during your work day, but I can meet you after work, at 6 p.m., 7 p.m., whatever.
Because that's my job as an MP, right? So oh my goodness, I don't want to. I hope, I can imagine what Barrett and Brock are going to say, specifically Barrett, because he tends to get fired up during this stuff. Okay, now I need to see.
Glasses on for super chat.
Space Dave 2000 with a $2 super chat. This lady is a faker than a Liberal politician. Oh wait, right? Yeah. Hunsford, good to see you with a $20 super chat. Sorry for the off time question statement. I'm about 20 minutes behind. I recall learning in school if a hard drive was destroyed, if the disk parts were recovered, then information can be retrieved due to information being burned onto the disk. Yeah, it all depends if the actual
depends how it's destroyed. If it's destroyed with a magnet, right?
I was just going to say, it depends on what damage has been done. There are companies out there that you can spend literally thousands and thousands of dollars on, and they can recover pieces of it, but it all depends. And they can reconstruct the data.
Those are the ones like the police would use in like a murder investigation.
Yeah, they're data recovery organizations and forensic data organizations. Mercedes with a $2 super chat. 2 words, ball gag. Yeah.
Right, Mercedes knows how to have fun.
Nilik with a $2 super chat. Oh, Khalid, you're losing control. Poor you. Yeah, that's basically where this has come from. Hunsford with another $5 super chat. Also, certain versions of Linux can be used to recover information on a hard drive. Also, awesome discussion with Mr. Brock. As always, thanks for everything. Thank you very much, Hunsford.
Thank you. Our pleasure.
we're speaking to you from the future, so enjoy this when you actually hear it, 20 minutes down the road. And Carol Roma, the $2 super chat, she weighs as much as a duck. She's made of wood, and therefore a witch! At least we can have fun. Stephen C with a $5 super chat, starting to fun to get Cypher a ball of rum. Sounds like the poor guy needs it. No, not rum. Whiskey.
Yes. Oh, it was funny. I offered him a drink before the stream, and he's like, "No, I gotta work tomorrow."
Dimension Dark with a $7 super chat. The libs just want to be able to block witnesses so the truth doesn't get out. It's truly pathetic. They don't want us to see it. Anger management needed. Yeah, this is exactly what that is. You nailed it on the head. And Slugbutt231, welcome to NP supporter. Thank you very much. Pinky Emo Slayer with a $5 super chat. I put forward a motion to ban Khalid. Sorry, not sorry, Barnaby. And 5W with a $5 super chat. Do you think she has a fan scroll going on her side and she's doing the NPC girl thing? I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, all right. Let's see.
That are discussed in this committee, and we want to work with you, Chair. And so I'm really hoping that all members of this committee can support this motion, because it is important to how we function as a nonpartisan, multi-partisan committee that cares about the public and the issues that the public is interested in. So I'll stop there, Chair, and
interested
express
in
my
ArriveCan
support for this motion.
Thank you very much, Ms. Khalid. Mr. Nader, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be exceptionally brief so this can go to a vote. Chair, I'm old enough to remember when parliamentary secretaries weren't supposed to be on committees. That was the Liberal platform promise, but here we are with the Liberal parliamentary secretary carrying water for the PMO and the Liberal National Caucus chair moving this motion. Obviously, they're not happy with the damning testimony they're hearing about incompetence and corruption within the government related to ArriveSCAM.
I would raise a point of order, Chair, but I think I'll let it pass.
But you didn't.
Obviously, there's no point of order because there is no point of order that Ms. Khalid can raise, because obviously what they're doing is trying to disrupt the work of this committee and getting the bottom of ArriveSCAM. So I look forward to this motion being passed in every single Liberal-chaired committee as well. And it's unfortunate the Liberals don't have the dedication to log on to Zoom for 2 hours during a constituency week. I know here on the Conservative side we're ready to do the work on behalf of Canadians and get to the bottom, get answers on ArriveSCAM. That's my comments, Chair.
And there you go. It's kind of what we were referring to before, is that interesting that these motions aren't at the Liberal chairs. But so you know what? I hope what the Conservatives end up doing here is, once they're done passing these motions at the Conservative-led committees, that the Conservatives raise the exact same motion at the Liberal-led committees.
It won't work, though. I mean, they could raise the motion, but it won't pass, because if the NDP is doing what they always do, which is prop up the Liberals.
That wouldn't be the point. The point isn't to get it passed.
The point is just to...
The point is so that it doesn't pass.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. So it looks bad.
Yeah. The point is that, they're raising the same motion of equality, and let's see if the Liberals agree to it at their own committee, right? And that becomes, easy political fodder for the Conservatives when they're talking about fairness in committee. So it's an easy one. It's actually almost a gift from the Liberals that they're doing this in multiple committees. Were you going to say something?
Yeah, I just kind of thinking, I mean, I don't want to toot our horn or anything, but the Conservatives obviously know that we stream committee.
Yep.
And that we have many Canadians watching. And, I mean, they see it when, Garnet Jennis streams committee. He has, over 1,000 Canadians watching. And some of the other MPs that I've seen stream committee. So, presumably, the Liberals know. And presumably... this is all just to stop that. They're trying to filibuster committee before it even begins by arguing about the witnesses and when it's held. And they're doing it, again, to make sure that Canadians are not informed. What kind of government does not want their citizenry informed about what's going on in Parliament?
A tyrannical Liberal one.
That's the one.
So... if there are any Liberal voters that are ending up watching this, you need to consider this. Just saying. Anyhow, couple super chats. Revu saves with a $10 super chat. Degaussing only mostly works. DoD standard is 7 writes of random garbage. It is worse for SSDs because there is data left on the chips till it gets overwritten. Basically, it's complicated. Yes, it is. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Nader. Madame Secrétaire d'État, s'il vous plaît.
Merci pour être pris.
Well, thank you. Just to clarify the wording of the motion, I take issue with point A of the motion. It states that there would be a deadline for a list of definitive witnesses. So who sets the deadline? I'd like Ms. Shanahan to explain that to me. And secondly, it means once the deadline is set, that no further witnesses can be added to the study, which would strike me as problematic, because as a study progresses, one is able to determine who the relevant witnesses might be to that specific study. And that's the case precisely with ArriveCan. You know, we are finding as we go along that there are relevant witnesses that should appear. So I, would like some kind of predictability about what's going to occur in the committee, but I don't think we should tie our hands right from the outset. It's not a good idea to do that at the beginning of the study, and I think we should have some level of flexibility in that regard.
Fini?
Have you finished?
Shanahan, do you like to that or?
Très brièvement.
Well, just very briefly, if I may.
She's so close.
I think I said what I had to say at the start of the meeting. But, the normal process at committee is that, we call witnesses, but the normal process hasn't been followed here at the Public Accounts Committee. Under normal conditions, and this has been the long-term practice, that we invite, for example, the Auditor General with the officials from the department concerned, for example, regarding the Auditor General's report in this case. But as you can see, we've had 10 meetings on this particular topic of ArriveCan. It's also being studied at other committees, and witnesses are being called to appear left, right and centre. So it's normal that there would be a process, a procedure that would be followed as far as our work is concerned, that in fact is in line with the wishes of all members of the committee. And it's my belief that it's okay that the chair set the date, but it should be in consultation with the members. That's the normal way of doing things.
Claire, Charity, from the chair's perspective, on point 8, Ms. Shanahan, looking to set a deadline for witnesses with the explicit consent of the committee. Do you envision kind of a standard deadline that the committee will approve once, or is it meeting by meeting? And could you give me a sense of how many days you think is adequate? I'm curious to know, there's an issue with point B, of course, is that often for the bulk of our reports, there is no consultation on the, or rather, we're on autopilot when it comes to witnesses. We have the auditor and the subjects of the audits. So is this kind of, are you talking kind of extraordinary meetings? How do you propose that work, given the typical work that this committee does? And no such witness be invited without instruction of the committee. So are you saying, does this kind of negate that they're proportional? Would the committee have to approve all witnesses, or if whatever ratio is agreed to, say 4-2 and 1-1, the witnesses can be invited, or do all witnesses have to be approved by the committee? And so giving a some members the ability to veto witnesses that a party might want to hear from. Could you respond to those, please, to give the clerk some...
Chair, you're an experienced member, and I think and many of us have sat on other committees, so we know that when we are faced with a study where where the committee has already agreed that we're going to undertake that study.
No, Shanahan, you don't get to do this. No. Okay, I see why. I see why. Many people in the chat were asking to see this. This is important. This is really, really important. Maybe boring to some people, but it's really important. Because it sounds like what the Liberals are trying to do here is put forth a motion that is very, very vague. And in its vagueness, it will allow them to invoke it whenever is convenient for them at the time. So Williamson just brought a bunch of considerations for the motion that he's asking the person who raised the motion to clarify. Because in one part of the motion it says that witnesses shall be called on from a proportionality. So right now, there's times where the committee agrees to call witnesses, and there's times where the chair just unilaterally says, I'm going to call these other witnesses, and I'm going to call these meetings because it's the chair's prerogative. So, and the NDP were saying, oh yeah, I'm a small party. I would like to be able to call a witness. Great. So the problem is within the motion, it says that the witnesses will be agreed upon by the committee. So
does that mean all the witnesses? Does
right.
that mean some of the witnesses? Does that mean if it's like, okay, the NDP only has one person on this committee. So does it mean that if they decide to call a witness because they're not a major opposition party, like they're not an official opposition party?
Right. So and Shanahan is basically saying, well, Chair, you're experienced. Come on. We don't need to clarify this. It's fine. It's fine just the way it is. And that way, when the Conservatives raise the problem later on, the Liberals can interpret it one way. And then when the Liberals want it to go the other way, they can do that as well. So this is a way for them to control what witnesses are actually brought to committee. And that's a problem. It's a
huge problem.
Big problem. So everyone really needs to pay attention to this. Make sure that I'm not missing anything. Don't think I am. Ravi says with its $5 super chat. So they're trying to just kill the whole committee. If they do that, when do we declare the dictatorship? Well, that's the question, right? So if the opposition, part of the point of having some committees with the opposition chairs and some committees with the government chairs is so that you have that balance. But if it then only becomes, the Liberals are able to essentially influence every committee, well, then where are we? And committees where the real work happens. So this is really important. Probably one of the most important motions we've listened to yet.
And we are inviting witnesses outside the normal scope of, Public Accounts is a committee where we have sort of our guaranteed witnesses, which is the Auditor General and the officials of the department that are directly concerned. And so it is because it has come about in this session of Parliament that we are being confronted with the unilateral invitation of witnesses outside of our normal functioning that we want to see. This motion speaks to the practice that other committees have, which is that there's consultation with the members and that the chair proceeds in consultation with the members, with the added caveat that in public accounts, it's been the normal practice that this be done by consensus, but at least that we have that consultation done en bonne due forme, as we say. So I think the motion is clear, and I, for one, am ready to vote on it.
Very good. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor. Then I'll have another question. Over to you, please.
Thanks very much, Chair. And I just wanted to add to everything that Ms. Shanahan has said, which I 100% agree with. There is no veto power, as is with all committees. Every party submits their witness list, and those witnesses are invited to come and appear before the committee. We're not talking about, whether a party can veto. This is not the United Nations Security Council. We are trying to be as inclusive as possible here. And so I don't anticipate any veto power. I think that members should be given the opportunity to be able to invite witnesses in a consensus format.
Yeah, but the problem is that in the motion it says it will be agreed upon by the committee.
Right. If you don't anticipate veto power, then why are you permitting it? Like,
right.
Why do you need it if you don't need it?
Right.
This is dirty.
It is. They're basically saying, "Oh, come on, we don't anticipate anybody vetoing." Yeah. Wait until the next meeting.
If you don't anticipate it, then you don't need it in the motion.
Exactly.
Cut it out.
Right. So then you don't need it. Oh, well, we need it because we need to be able to veto.
Right. Dirty.
5W with a $2 super chat. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Will Kowachuk with a $2 super chat. Not to worry, NP. It is just a flesh wound. Yeah. That's the Black Knight always triumphs, right? Curtin Denise with a $2 super chat. Holy vocal fry, Batman. Yeah.
And to be able to have a heads up and to have some say and some consultation in when meetings are held. We all lead very, very busy lives within our constituencies, doing the important work for our constituents and in Parliament and with this committee as well. So we want to be able to build that consensus and to work together, Chair. This is really the purpose of the motion.
Thank you. Could I get a sense from you, Ms. Shanahan? How do you? I'm serious about this. How do you see this motion? So the subcommittee had a meeting and laid out priorities, and there was broad agreement there was broad opposition agreement to continue the ArriveCan study. If this motion passes, do you see that this is immediate and tomorrow's meeting needs to be rescheduled, and we need to bring forward, and the same thing for next week, that we're going to put a freeze on the work that the clerk and the work the clerk has done to arrange it under my instructions based on what I had received coming out of the subcommittee meeting. Could you respond to those two, how you see this motion? Is this an immediate or a go forward?
This is a go forward, Chair, and I'm ready to vote on the motion. I think we all understand. I'm not going to prejudge what other members say. We're ready to vote.
All right. That's very, very helpful, Ms. Shanahan. Mr. Desjardins, you have the floor.
Thanks, John. Just to make greater clarity under aspect A, just hearing from my colleagues around the table about a witness list submission deadline set by the chair, which I agree with. I think you can determine, John, Mr. Chair, in my perspective, when that happens because of that portion there, just to answer that question in my perspective. I also think that when it says the explicit consent of the committee, I don't think it means the consensus of the committee. I think a consent happens largely by way of by a majority vote. And so I think a majority vote of the committee is the explicit consent that I understand point A to read.
Which is the veto.
Thank you. Anything else, Mr. Desjardins? Nope, that's helpful. Mr. Barrett, you have the floor.
Yeah, Chair, it's beyond parody that the Liberals want to be able to call rebuttal witnesses to the Auditor General of Canada. So we see that this is a Liberal cover-up. They're trying to cover up their $60 million ArriveSCAM.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Let's go to a vote. If they're not comfortable with what's happening in their government.
I have a point of order, then I'll return the floor to you, Mr. Barrett. Yes, Ms. Khalid, you have the floor.
I find exception to us being blamed.
Ms. Khalid, that is a point of debate.
Witnesses.
I will give you the floor after Mr. Barrett is done, and you're welcome to have a rebuttal. Mr. Barrett, you have the floor again.
Yeah, Chair. The Liberals, including Ms. Khalid, should vote for their cover-up and to be able to bring rebuttal witnesses to the Auditor General when they don't like the news that's reported on in this massive corruption scandal. So I'd be interested to see who they'd bring out. I guess they'll bring Christian Firth as their expert witness to rebut the Auditor General. We believe Ms. Hogan. We understand they believe Mr. Firth. So let's have a vote.
Jeez.
Wow.
Shade thrown. Shots fired.
That's
by
what I
Michael
love about
Barrett.
Barrett. He's such a gentleman, but like, do not cross him.
Yeah. Call Mr. Firth as their expert witness. Or David Yo, man. Oh, yes. Go get him.
Thank you. Ms. Chip, you have a point of order, or is it a point of debate? Because I do have Ms. Khalid on it. Thank you. Ms. Khalid, you...
Relevance.
I said I'd put you down. Do you have anything to add? All right. Seeing no other interveners, Clerk, could you please call the vote?
Shall the motion of Ms. Shanahan carry? Ms. Bradford?
In favor.
Mr. Van Bynen?
In favor.
Ms. Khalid?
Yes.
Ms. Shanahan?
Yes.
Ms. Yip?
Yes.
Mr. Nader?
No.
Mr. Brock?
No.
Mr. Vierson?
No.
Madame Saint-Claude Desgagnés?
Non.
Mr. Desjardins?
Yes.
There you go.
Of course.
6 yeas, 4 nays.
Very good. The motion is carried. I will, of course, follow it. Attorney Nell, we're going to finish up our rounds. I apologize for the delay to our witnesses. Ms. Shanahan, you have the floor for 2 minutes and about 10 seconds.
Point of order, Chair.
Just 1 second. Ms. Shanahan. Yes, Mr. Brock.
Given the unnecessary intervention that lasted close to 45 minutes, do we have resources beyond 12 o'clock?
Well, I am going to work on that right now, so I can get back to the committee. It, though, is my intention, though, to see us through, both finish this third round that we're just at the beginning, and then finish up the fourth round. So, Ms. Shannon, you have the floor for 2 minutes, 10 seconds, please.
Yes, well, thank you, Chair. And
You are not getting any more airtime on my channel. That was a disgrace.
That was a disgrace. You know what? Desjardins just voted to silence witnesses in committee. This is a slight against Canadians. Like, this is gross. The NDP, again, are complicit. Again.
Remember, everybody. Remember all of this when you're talking to people. Remember the date. Remember the committee. So you can specifically talk to people and say, well, the NDP doesn't help prop up the Liberals. Oh, yeah? Well, what happened on April 3rd at the Standing Committee of Public Accounts when Desjardins voted with the Liberals to be able to essentially veto any witnesses that the Conservatives may want to call?
And, you know, this really is an affront to the Canadian people, because whether the Liberals and the NDP like the Conservatives or not, the Conservative Party and any opposition, but them specifically right now, because they are the official opposition, they serve an extremely important purpose in our government, and that is to hold this government in check. so that the government does not run amok and does not start taking away our rights and does not do whatever they want and does not destroy the country. Now, the Liberals, with the aid of the NDP in this committee, are inching one step closer to creating an unfair playing ground so that the Conservatives cannot do their job that Canadians voted for them to do, which is to hold this government accountable. Like, this is disgusting.
Couldn't say it better myself, so I won't say it. Rob is saying for the $5 super chat. As I said to Diane, here is to Commodus slipping his dagger to Maximus Decimus Meridius. Pretty darn close. Pretty darn close, Revisades. And we have a member comment from M&E Smith, member for 1 month. Point of order, Cypher and Fox, Barnaby and Jester, many thanks. And likes are in order. Hit the thumbs up, peeps. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm a little fired up right now, if you can't tell. I mean, this is serious stuff. Cypher and I know we're going to be doing some work in the background. I don't know who we'll be contacting yet, but we'll be sending some letters for sure. And we encourage you all to do the same, of course.
Yeah.
2.5 minutes, please. Thank you, Mr. Chairperson. I'd just like to jump on the last point you mentioned, Mr. Moore. You talked about value for money, efficiency. However, since, well, it started in 2010, we saw an explosion, 2015, 2018, and now in 2021, the CBSA awards about 20% of its contracts, or even a tad more, that are non-competitive. Now, do you consider that all these non-competitive contracts do provide value for money to taxpayers?
I think it's a complicated answer to a complicated question. So I think the principle set out in the directives is for always to have competition in all of our procurements. But sometimes, for the reasons of national security, that's not always possible. But also there are other good reasons in terms of things like intellectual property rights and elsewhere. So it depends on the contract.
D'accord. Et quand, pour des raisons de sécurité nationale.
I see. And for national security reasons, we see that was the reason given during the pandemic. But in 2023, well, the pandemic is over. There's no emergency. So why award so many non-competitive contracts, even nowadays?
We have to look at these individually. So, for example, just recently, we have approved a national security exemption for biometric data capture. That's for security reasons. But what I'm pleased to say is, unlike what happened during COVID, we discussed that of a procurement review committee twice before agreeing to that national security exemption, which we then sent over to PSPC. So we have greater oversight, greater governance on these decisions.
D'accord.
I see. But the fact remains we're talking about over 20%. That's huge. That's a gigantic number of contracts. We're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars that are being awarded non-competitively. And you've singled out one single example on the basis of a national security exemption. You said that it's not always the case, but given that the pandemic is well and truly behind us, we're talking about a huge amount of money. We're talking about an exception here. That's the important thing to remember. There are procurement rules. There are supposed to be exceptions, of course. The problem is that when it's 1 out of every 4 or every 5 contracts, that's no longer exceptions. It becomes kind of par for the course, that there would be non-competitive contracts awarded, and that is a problem in my eyes. And for a lot of people, moreover, it doesn't demonstrate that taxpayers are getting value for money, bang for their buck.
I certainly agree with you that non-competitive contracts do not always.
Allez-vous faire quelque chose à ce sujet? Allez-vous regarder plus?
Are you going to do something about it? Are you going to take a close look at this? Why there are so many non-competitive contracts awarded?
Well, we are looking at it through the Procurement Review Committee. So one of our first challenges for every single contract which we look at is, why is it going to be non-competitive? As I said before, for reasons of national security, that was acceptable. But I don't believe that the Procurement Review Committee would accept if there wasn't a very strong case.
Et voilà, merci beaucoup. Suivant, Mr. Deschles, you have the floor for 2.5 minutes, please.
So he's basically saying, oh, well, 20% of the time, it's acceptable every time for a non-competitive contract. This guy's saying, oh, well, here's an example for national security. Okay, what about all of the other, say, 2,000 contracts? Oh, well, let's not talk about that. Will Kalchuk with a $5 super chat. I hope when the PC get in there, we'll veto all of this crap. Well, they'll have the majority on the committees, so it'll be a different ball game, right? Different ball game. Glenn Stewart with a $2 super chat. I am crying for the state of Canada. Well, it's certainly annoying, but here's the thing. This is the difference. Imagine if none of us were watching, right? Just imagine if nobody was watching. It would be much, much worse. Heartsinger with a 279 super chat. Thank God Khalid will lose her seat. Yep, and thank God most of the Liberals will lose their seats. Ravi says with a $10 super chat. If committees are completely compromised by BS rules like that and the entire investigation falls over because of it, can the committee be cancelled and reconvene with fresh rules? In the new session, it can.
Yeah, I think because it's a standing committee, any standing orders that they put in it stay. But once the Conservatives form government, they'll have a majority, so they can take out whatever rules that, like BS rules like this, that they want.
Yeah. Diane Sylvain with a $10 super chat. To me, this motion goes against the official opposition's parliamentary privilege. Hard to watch, but I'm hopeful that Conservatives will find a solution to this. They're good strategists. I agree. They potentially... I think it would be hard to raise a point of privilege because of the way the motion is worded. That's the annoying part with this. I think the Liberals were very careful to word this motion the way it was, so they can say, "Oh well, no, there's no veto power, so the Liberals can suggest any, or the Conservatives can suggest any witnesses they want." Yeah, but it has to be voted on by committee. So.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Moore, you mentioned at our last round of questioning that although everyone in your ministry is responsible for financial oversight and ensuring accountability or responsibility, you're accountable to ensuring, or were accountable to ensuring, that some of this cost for dollar, but most particularly the transparency and accountability piece for the contracts, was met. And so what level of accountability have you faced in terms of what has taken place, and what changes will you make as you continue this work?
So I think, as I've previously said, we have a very comprehensive procurement improvement plan, which we are now working through to ensure that we deliver those improvements. And
how does that hold you accountable?
Well, I am accountable for that procurement review plan. I established the procurement review committee. I've overseen the procurement improvement plan over the last 9 months. I'm also looking very extensively.
But you can see, can you see the problem though, Mr. Moore? Like, having you do this work, particularly considering the fact that so much of this work was basic information that wasn't able to be found. It's a reasonable question to suggest that Canadians might not have trust in the internal systems that you're creating, considering that for the better period of a very long time in CBSA, that this information wasn't always up to par. And we see that for particularly the governance structure, for example. The governance structure was lacking between the Public Service Procurement Canada and even CBSA. We heard from Public Service Procurement Canada that they didn't know who was responsible at the time for what. And so it's likely to assume that if they didn't know that, and they were your contracting partner, that your ministry also didn't know that. Is that correct?
No, I would say it's not correct. It was very clear who the technical authorities on all of those contracts were.
That's not what Procurement Service and Procurement Canada said, though. So who's right? Who are we led to believe? Public Service, Procurement Canada, or you?
I do not think we're disagreeing. I think it's clear what the responsibilities of the contract authority are and what the responsibilities are of the technical and project.
The Auditor General said in herself, in our examination of contracting practice, we saw little documentation to support how and why the Canada Border Service Agency initially awarded GC Strategies the ArriveCan contract through non-competitive processes. Only one potential contractor submitted a proposal, and that proposal did not come from GC Strategies. Can you explain that?
Well, I think that is partly subject to the internal investigation review, which I can't comment on, as I do not know how that has progressed. But I think it's also a wider recommendation arising out of our action plan about knowledge management systems and how we record. As I said before, employees at all levels are responsible for documenting, but there's still a lot of work for us to do to ensure that's happening.
That's a ridiculous answer. So, we had governance, in place. I don't know what you're talking about. And then Desjardins appropriately cites the specific example of GC strategies from the Auditor General report. Oh, I can't talk about that. Bullshit. You sure can talk about it because you were the one that was allegedly there overseeing it. You just don't want to talk about it because you screwed it up, either knowingly by incompetence or unknowingly by ignorance. And now you're like, oh, well, you know, we've put in all these processes. You can trust me. Well, you were the guy in there as of 2018. And you let all this crap happen. Now we should trust you? No, see, in a private organization, this guy would be fired. The president would be fired. The head of IT would be fired. Probably some other people that were managing these contracts would be fired. That's called accountability. And then you bring in new people that you trust to actually fix the problem. That's what would happen. Not this just merry-go-round of incompetence and substandard governance when it comes to our tax dollars. Anyway, Rabu says with a $5 super chat, he has asked good questions, but his vote just now is directly opposed to getting to the bottom of this WTF. That's the question. It's the line that the NDP are trying to straddle. They're trying to say, you know, they're trying to sit on the side of the Conservatives and say, oh, we're trying to hold this government to account, but then they vote on these nebulous motions that they assume that no one is going to explain to Canadians.
Do you know, I had to go downstairs briefly to let our dogs outside, and I was kind of thinking while I was down there, this whole situation with like the NDP and the Liberals, it kind of reminds me of this scene from the Lord of the Rings trilogy where Gandalf is saying to Saruman that, you know, Sauron doesn't share power. Like why are you helping him type thing. And that's just like the whole dynamic between the Liberals and the NDP right now, where the NDP are like Saruman trying to help Sauron and create this army, and they're just going to toss them to the side. Like, look what's happening to their polling numbers.
Well, the issue with the NDP is they're just happy that they're in the political conversation on a daily basis as it relates to Canadian politics right now. Because after the next election, no one's going to talk about them for about 10 years.
They're going to lose party status if they keep it up. And I know I've seen a few people in the chat say, you know, I'm going to write Blake a letter. Absolutely. Write him a letter. Write him a letter, write him an email, call the office, request an appointment. You know, whatever you like. But it's important for us to remember that we are more effective against these dirty tactics when we stay calm, when we stay civil, and when we play within the rules.
Oh, I'll invite Blake on the show.
There you go. Hey, would you like to come on our show to explain that dirty trick that you pulled?
Explain your vote. Explain why you voted with them on ArriveCan. So, we won't get a response, but, you know, that'll be part of the course. But doesn't mean we won't try. Daniel with a $7 super chat. I'm concerned about election interference if this can happen in company. No, that's different. The Liberals, and, you know, people will say, oh, you're being naive. No, we're basing this in fact. When you're talking about elections versus committee,
very different things. Committee is set up by representatives that we have already elected. So there's no election interference. What's going on in committee is that the NDP are continuing to support the Liberals because, again, they think there's something good in it. They're Saruman. They think that by supporting the Liberals, Sauron, that they're going to gain power, gain control, gain something. And in the end, they're just going to lose big time.
Even the Conservatives have volunteered that the foreign interference that happened and the election interference that happened in previous elections didn't affect the outcome of said election, meaning it didn't prevent the Conservatives from actually taking power versus the Liberals. So just keep that in mind when you're thinking about election interference.
And this also goes to show there's, like I've said it before, nobody is completely good or completely evil. Everybody is like a shade of gray. And I mean, Blake has asked some good questions in the past, but this was really dirty. And this was bad not only for the Conservatives in committee, this is bad for Canadians, as I had previously explained, because it impedes the ability of the official opposition to do their job.
Yeah. The Bear Dan Photography with a $5 super chat. As an old Army sergeant, I'm bilingual. I speak English and I'm very proficient in profane. Sadly, I can't say what I want to say to her in my second language. Yeah, I think I'm equally proficient in that. I agree. Repeat with a $2 super chat. Force Moore to play a John Cleese character.
Ministry of Silly Walks guy, maybe.
Peter Whitten, no, he can play the Black Knight. Peter Whitten with a $2 super chat. Repeat which one, as long as they're wearing a wig. And Ravis says with a $5 super chat. Clyde had a point a few weeks ago. Communism didn't fail in 1989. It failed when they built a wall. No, I disagree with that. Communism fails the minute that the revolution takes place, because communism is impossible when it comes to challenging the human condition. Humans require the ability to be independent. Humans require the ability to be free. Humans require the ability to self-govern on some basis, whether that's within a family unit, within a household, owning property, whatever it is. And communism, it doesn't let you do that. Communism is a theory. It's a utopia that sounds like it could work, but it requires everyone to surrender their freedom and to surrender their thought for the good of the entire society. And it also assumes that there's nobody going to be in charge after this is done. But what happens in every single case that communism has actually been implemented? The people in charge never leave. And that is also part of the human condition. So it fails the moment that you start implementing it, because it's impossible. It's a paradox when you're trying to talk about human beings and a form of government. Selby with a $7 super chat. Libs, we're going down, boys. NDP, wait for us. We're coming with you.
Pretty much.
That's exactly what's going on. And Humble Tracker steps in with 10 Northern Perspective gifted memberships. Thank you very much for that. Good to see you. Okay.
That's why.
But how could you not be? How
Mr.
could you not
Digely, I'm
see
afraid
such
that
gross
is,
mismanagement?
Mr. Digely, that is your time. I'm afraid it is my intention to give you one more slot before we wrap up today. We're still working on that. Mr. Brock, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Moore, I am so grateful you're actually part of a panel with the Auditor General. In fact, you're sitting right next to Mr. Hayes, the Deputy Attorney General, Auditor General, I should say. Now, last week, about a week ago, exactly a week ago, I asked you a question. You couldn't answer the question. I wanted to know why you deliberately, your agency, the CBSA, not you personally, why the CBSA deliberately misled and lied to the Auditor General when saying that GC Strategies actually provided a proposal for the initial contract to work with the CBSA. That's what the CBSA confirmed to the Auditor General. The Auditor General confirmed that, in fact, that was false. So here's your opportunity to come clean to Canadians and to members of this committee. You, as a representative of the CBSA, why did you mislead the Auditor General?
So as a representative of the CBSA, I do not believe the CBSA did mislead the Auditor General. There were different choices at that time, and one of the choices was to have an in-house developed project using staff augmentation, which is the GC Strategies.
I'll stop you right there. Are you suggesting the Auditor General simply got it wrong? They looked for a proposal on the initial contract with CBSA that you said you had in your possession from GC Strategies, and they confirmed it wasn't there.
Well, I think what you're referring to is missing documentation, which I think has been subject to a number of different inquiries. Lots of different people have been looking for the documentation, and that is also part of the investigation, to see whether the documentation is missing because of COVID or because of some
Okay,
other reason?
GC strategy, specifically Mr. Firth, when he attended a few weeks ago, refused to answer questions regarding his involvement in the $25 million IT service contract, stating that responding to that question would somehow jeopardize the RCMP investigation. So we know through the Auditor General's report that I'm sure that you have read that GC, Government of Canada Strategies, was directly involved in the drafting the narrow terms of that $25 million IT service contract.
Point of
Just
order,
one
Chair.
second, Mr. Brock.
Anyone want to bet that she's like, oh, it's not Government of Canada Strategies?
Probably.
Yes, Ms. Shanahan?
Yeah, it's just on this government of Canada that Mr. Brock is referring to. Is this an official name? I'm just
That's not
confused.
a
It's
point.
GC Strategies.
Ms. Shannon, that's
as I
not a point of order. If the witness is seeking clarity, they're entitled to ask, but not members. Mr. Brock, I don't know if you want to ask your question again. I'll give you time if you do. So
that's fine.
Please do.
For Ms. Shanahan's benefit, it was actually Mr. Firth himself who confirmed that the GC stands for Government of Canada. Not my words. Your witness, Ms. Shanahan.
So put that in your pipe and smoke it. Shut up.
I wish I could high five Brock, like right now.
We high five here.
All right.
There you go.
All right, there you go.
Mr. Brock, you're
High
listening.
five
That's
by
your high
proxy.
five.
There you go. Just like, how do these guys put up with this liberal garbage day in and day out?
Well, yeah, exactly. Rabbit says with a $2 super chat. Actually, very good argument. Oh, okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
I assume that was regarding communism. Humble Tracker with a $10 super chat. Kaleidoscan someone super chat on
it's
behalf.
from ChAOTIC. Can someone super chat on behalf of my bro
Oh.
guys? And is there anything we can do to stop the libs from pushing back the election date to prevent them from collecting pensions?
So as it relates to votes in the House, no.
However, politics is a popularity contest. So I think if enough of us write enough MPs that we don't approve of this, Canadians will be on the hook for, however much money it is. I don't have a calculation off the top of my head, but if we keep writing, this is going to cost Canadians. This is a costly government coalition. We're never going to vote for you again. If enough Canadians just pick up a pen and write to their member of parliament, or maybe not even their member of parliament, but if they write these Liberals and NDPs, they're going to get scared. They're not going to get reelected. Like, they cannot play the short-term game and just go, oh, well, I don't care what happens after the election in a year. Like, that's ridiculous.
And if you don't believe that it'll work, you just have to look at the 7 premiers of the provinces. Some are Liberal. Some are NDP. Why would they come forward? Because they've received a whole slew of negative messages, phone calls, everything in between from their constituents. Otherwise, they have no reason to stand up. So this is something that works.
I mean, they might not do anything for one person, for 10 people, for 20 people. But if you get a couple hundred people sending them letter mail, I think they're going to notice, especially because nobody sends letter mail anymore. And again, it is free, or I should say you don't have to include postage if you mail it to your MP's House of Commons address. Can you imagine if we bury them in paper letters to say, enough is enough, Canadians have had enough, we want an election? So
it can be very, very effective. So just keep that in mind. And Rabbit says with a $5 super chat, how did Brock put in the interview? Every person makes choices. Even if some lead to criminality. Yeah, everyone has a choice, right? Everyone has a choice. And some people make a choice leading to criminality, and some people make a choice not to.
Well, and you can make bad choices that aren't necessarily criminal. As we just observed with Mr. Desjardins. There you go.
And Daniel with a 279 super chat.
Emotional damage.
I don't think I could have said it any better, which is why I have the meme. So there we go. Okay, let's continue with Mr. Brock.
Mr. Firth. So, Mr. Firth, through GC Strategies, created their own terms, drafted their own contract, which surprisingly they actually won. 25 million tax dollars, Canadian taxpayer dollars. Who at CBSA allowed that to happen?
Well, I think, as I've said previously, it is unacceptable for...
No, sir, I know it's unacceptable. Everyone knows it's unacceptable. You're the one responsible. You're accountable for this mess. You're accountable for failures. Now provide us some answers. Who at the CBSA, I want names and I want positions, allowed Government of Canada Strategies to draft their own contract worth 25 million taxpayer dollars? Name, sir.
Well, that is, as I've said before, it's the Board of Technologies and Innovation Directorate which were responsible for that.
Give me a name. Not a department, give me a name.
Well, the DG is Mr. McDonald, and the Executive Director was Mr. Utano. They were responsible for drafting that statement of...
Are you saying it was Mr. McDonald and Mr. Utano who allowed GC Strategies to write their own contract? Is that your evidence?
I'm not saying that at all, but I'm saying that's what...
That's the question I'm putting to you, sir. How more simpler can I phrase it? Who at CBSA allowed this to happen?
I've taught Miss Khalid. What is your point of order?
With the years of experience we've had, we treat our witnesses with a little bit more respect than what Mr. Brock is treating our witnesses as right now.
That is not a point of order. Mr. Brock is trying to get an answer and is becoming, I think, rightly frustrated the way a lot of Canadians are. Mr. Brock, you have the floor again.
Mr. Moore, let's not play games. The question is simple. Who, give me a name, at CBSA allowed Government of Canada Strategies to write their own contract, which they won, $25 million. Give me names, please.
Well, I think as I've already given you names, but
and I asked you, you gave me names, you gave me Mr. McDonald and Mr. Utano. I asked you, are they responsible for allowing GC to write the contract? You said no. So the question now is, sir, who at CBSA allowed it?
I said I do not know because it is under investigation, and that is a key part of the investigation internally.
How could you not know?
Point of order
How could
again,
you not
Mr.
know,
Chair.
sir?
Just 1 second, Mr. Brock. Yes, Miss Khalid.
This is a point of order on...
Did I just hear Barrett say Mr. Brock is working overtime? Is that what I heard?
I think so.
I'm gonna back that up.
Emotional damage.
Wow, that was a phantom emotional damage.
And that is a key part of the investigation internally.
How could you not know?
Point of order
How could
again,
you not
Mr.
know,
Chair.
sir?
Just 1 second, Mr. Brock. Yes, Miss Khalid.
This is a point of order on decorum. The witness has said
Yeah,
time
he
and
did.
time again he does not know there is
Brock's
ongoing
working overtime.
investigations. Why are we badgering a witness?
Again, that is not a
Please,
point of
Chair.
order, Chair.
That is absolutely
That
a
is
point of
not
order, Chair.
I
This
thought-
is about
well,
decorum.
Miss Khalid, Mr. Brock's question was simple. Why don't you know? That's what that was his question. It seems to be a valid question. You might not like how it's posed.
I'm so sorry, Chair. I didn't know you became an agent for the Conservatives
Wow.
there, but I'm...
Uh-oh.
Oh, boy.
Uh-oh.
That was a mistake.
Oh, you did not.
Let's watch Mr. Williamson rip her to shreds.
You did not. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. You did not. You mouthy little brat. Wow. Wow, wow. Okay. Okay. Trish Pruill with a $2 super chat. I want my point of order motion passed now, please. Glenn Stewart with a $5 super chat. 338 sitting MPs, and I'm hitting all the same letter printed and handwritten envelopes. Do the same, please. Excellent.
Yes, everybody. If Glenn can write and stuff 338 envelopes and he's going to mail them, we can all write one.
100%.
That's your homework this week. Find some time. It won't cost you anything because, again, you don't need postage if you send it to their House of Commons address. Pick an MP, whether it's yours, whether it's one that you've seen recently in committee or in the House of Commons, or if it's a party leader. It doesn't matter. Pick one and write a letter. Focus on one subject and send them a letter.
Canadian Spider-Man, welcome to NP Supporter. Welcome aboard. Welcome back aboard, because I think you're in the 3-month icon there. And Rob would say with a $5 super chat, I think I just heard the Death Star laser warming up.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think Williamson's going to be too happy.
And yes, you can write to any MP you would like. They do not have to be in your writing.
And I think we may have missed this super chat, so I apologize. It's from Selby. It's a $2.79 super chat. It says, Brock can break bones by looking at them the wrong way. He sure can.
Excellent. Okay, let's see where this is going to go.
He's a conservative MP,
to
but
be fair, he's also the chair of this committee, which begs of him to be nonpartisan in his deliberations in how we operate as a committee. Yes, it does.
Yes, Ms. Khalid,
yes, it does.
And I'll point out I've had my share of conservative MPs who have whinged at some of the decisions I've made as well. So when I get it from both sides, I find myself right in the position I need to be. Ms. Khalid, Mr. Brock has the floor. His question was, why don't you know? That question is in order. Mr. Brock, you have about 40 seconds left.
So you can ask for 6 minutes the same question.
Okay, hold on. Miss Khalid, the more you talk, the more time. I'm going to start. The more you talk, the more time Mr. Brock has, because you're running into his time to get questions going back and forth. So, Mr. Brock, you have the floor for 40 seconds.
Thank you, Chair. And I won't be silenced by Ms. Khalid or Ms. Shanahan or anyone on that Liberal bench, because these are relevant questions that Canadians want to know an answer to. So I'll ask it again for the 5th time, sir. Why do you not know who in particular allowed GC to write the terms of their own contract, given your position at the CBSA? And the question can go to Mr. Fleming as well.
And it's a valid question. Because again, you want to make the big bucks, you want to be a CFO, you're supposed to know the answers to this. And if you don't, that's called incompetence and you need to be fired. Full stop. Doesn't matter the organization, doesn't matter if it's a government company, doesn't matter if it's a private organization, doesn't matter if it's a public company. It is what it is. If you want to be that guy, then you have to know the answers to that. And if you don't, out you get. This is pure incompetence or negligence or ignorance. Pick one of the INS's words. It's one of them. So this is not what accountability looks like, as we've come to see. Member comment by Michael Ringette, member for 4 months. I'm so tired, I cannot wait to see the Liberals fall. Finally, it can't come soon enough. Amen to that. And Sahar Shbawankar with a $10 super chat. I hope I pronounced your name properly. Regarding the motion, I believe Conservatives can use in favor. There is no specification of whether or not the denied proposed guest can be spelled out during the committee or outside of it. But they do have to be agreed upon by the committee. And the agreement becomes usually via a vote, which is what the NDP talked about. So that's where the concern actually comes in. Appreciate the point on it, though. Sky Starlet with a $2.79 super chat. Put a Khalid on it already.
Nice.
That was a good one. Go get him, Brock.
Why do you not know? So actually, Mr. Hayes has helped me with the chronology in that Mr. MacDonald actually left the CBSA on the 23rd of April 2021, and the first competitive contract awarded to GC Strategies was on the 16th of May 2022. It is still subject to review of the independent of the investigations. Once that has
the investigation run by Mr. LaFleur.
Mr. Brock, your time is up. I'm afraid I will come back to your bench. Ms. Khalid, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Chair, and to our witnesses.
To Ms. Khalid, you're banished for the remainder of this evening.
Emotional damage!
You're doing that now. We're getting emotional damage every time I switch. That's
yeah,
so
there's
funny.
got to be something that you set up incorrectly.
That is so funny. Maybe the Northern Perspective software is just like, you know what?
I've had enough.
I can't take it anymore.
Okay, thank you very much. Those are all the questions I have.
Thank you very much. Turning now to Mr. Barrett, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please. And this is our last round, and I do have resources for a full round. So, Mr. Barrett, you have the floor for 5.
So, Mr. Moore, it's going to be incredible, if not impossible, for Canadians to believe that CBSA has no idea who authorized GC Strategies to ink the requirements for a $25 million contract and then get awarded that same contract, and nobody knows. Nobody knows, and you offered some names. Then, when pressed by Mr. Brock on if those names were those responsible, you said, "Well, no, that's not what I'm saying." But you're not able or willing to tell us who. And then Mr. Hayes tells you that one of those individuals wasn't even there. So it's hard to believe. So, in any other business, in any other environment, there would be serious repercussions. You said, sir, on ArriveCan, that you are, quote, you said, "I'm accountable for failures," end quote. These are massive failures, the likes of which have not been seen in decades in this country. Have you offered to resign?
Oh, good question.
I offered to resign because I'm actually very proud of what we've achieved over the last 6 years.
That's shameful. There's nothing to be proud of in this. And I would, if I had time, I'd dig into the supposed cost savings. But the paper-based applications, those were human costs.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes, Ms. Shanahan, point of order, please.
Again, the shameful treatment of our witnesses who are
She's using the same word I used.
Actually, it is the decorum in committee. It is Standing Order 117.
So she's calling it shameful,
and Chair,
but I said shameful?
I call upon you to ensure the respectful treatment of
she's using the same word,
the witnesses that appear before us.
Oh, jeez. This is a Han Dong show.
Is that what we're gonna call from now on?
Yeah, it is. It is.
Oh,
This is turned into a Han Dong show because
like every committee, these guys cannot act like adults. These liberals have to interject every time the conservatives are getting close to a good answer. You know, the problem is, I think, that the liberals and the NDP pissed off the conservatives with that motion, so now they're just like, well, I'm just gonna go in there like a bull in a china shop. So.
Oh, well, this is what they've decided to do.
You will be destroyed!
Yeah. I mean, I really do feel bad for the Conservatives and the Bloc in this committee because they're trying to get their work done. They're trying to interrogate witnesses. They're trying to get to the bottom of this. And the Liberals keep pulling this garbage. Like, they must be so frustrated.
Well, and this is the funny thing because, like, the Conservatives, like, they can play ball. You know, she's saying, "Oh, well, you know, this is shameful that they're doing that," and then Barrett's like, "She has a problem with me saying shameful. She just said the same thing. So, she has a problem with me saying it, but she's allowed to say it. Like, this is the thing, right?" Anyway, Glenn Stewart with a $2 super chat. Go Brock, go! Put her in her place, 100%. And Spawny420 with a 420 super chat. I would smoke with Brock. Many would. And we have Selby with a 279 super chat. Mr. Speaker, Khalid is not a... Oh, yeah.
Oh, do it again. Do it proper.
Mr. Speaker, Khalid is not a liar. We will take no lessons from the Liberals, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, goodness.
Ravu saves with a $2 super chat. Yay! Look, word salad. And, yeah. Pink Emo Slayer member for 7 months. New channel name, The Hong Dong Show. That would probably be too confused with probably a non-adult version of it.
Yeah, let's stick with Northern Perspective.
Daniel with a 279 super chat. Sorry for breaking the emotional damage. I don't think anyone's going to complain.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's minding.
But I will offer one more meme because this is what Barrett is saying to Shanahan.
You will respect my authority.
There you go.
Today. And
so, Ms. Shanahan, your point of order is that you're entitled to call a member shameful as actions, but the member cannot refer to the statements from a witness as shameful?
I am saying that the words that the member
You used the same word, Brenda.
With the witness, it's in questioning a witness is not appropriate. It is inappropriate to this committee.
Your cover-up is inappropriate.
Miss Shanahan.
A civil servant to call upon a civil servant to resign and then to say that is shameful. That is not worthy of this committee. We are here to ensure the accountability of civil servants, and we take that work very,
Miss Shanahan, okay.
very
Miss Shanahan, first,
carefully.
it is my practice both to give members latitude to ask their questions and I think more unique for this committee to allow witnesses to respond fully, and I seldom cut them off because I think it is a benefit for this committee to hear answers. But Ms. Shanahan, one of the issues before this committee is the lack of answers that have come from the Government of Canada about who is responsible. I am tired of hearing that we will fix it next time, when this is about the auditor's report, finding out what happened. You might not like the tone that Mr. Barrett is using, but it is entirely appropriate. And I suspect a good part of the country agrees. Now, don't bring me into this debate with these frivolous points of order on tone, particularly when you take issue with the word Mr. Barrett used, and then use it yourself to describe his actions, thereby reinforcing the point it is accurate. Mr. Barrett, you have the floor.
Chair?
Is it a point of order, Ms. Khalid?
Yes, Chair. Again, on the same point of order on decorum,
He ruled on it.
Appreciate
He ruled on
if
it.
the chair, I'm talking about a different person now, if the chair himself could be a little bit more nonpartisan in how he conducts our
Ms. Khalid, don't bring me into your bun fights, and I will be nonpartisan and conduct the meeting. You're going to continue to disrupt opposition members from asking questions, then I will get involved and make a ruling, as is my job. I'm not just a potted plant up here that's going to watch the clock. But as you get more political and try to cut opposition members from asking legitimate committee questions, I will reinforce their rights as members to ask it. Mr. Barrett, you have the floor for 3 minutes, 40 seconds, please.
Someone buy that man a drink. Holy smokes.
Sorry if that's hurting everybody's ears, but that deserves a round of applause.
That was incredible. You know, and this is what I mean. Like, these poor guys are just trying to do their work, and you've got these liberals squawking in their ears. Well, he said a bad word. He's being mean to the witness. Wah, wah, wah. And Williamson is like, shut up and do your job. I'm trying to do my job. Now you do your job. Let's do this.
That was really, really good.
Yeah.
I think we need to write a letter to Mr.
Yeah, I
Williamson.
think, yeah. And again, we don't always have the time, but we do try to write emails, especially if it's just something quick, to members of parliament when they do something good. Like this was incredible. Like, he didn't lose his cool. He put her in her place. And the poor guy's been dealing with liberal BS all committee. So, you know, we probably will just flip Mr. Williamson a quick email and just be like, hey, that was awesome. Like, thanks for sticking up for Canadians. They love to hear that.
Yeah, and Canadians are seeing the work that you're doing.
And we appreciate it because it's like, I don't know, it seems sometimes to me like a thankless job. Like, yes, I know they make an incredible salary, but sometimes money's not enough. You know, sometimes you just want to hear that what you're doing is appreciated.
Well, and here's the thing, like the crap that he has to listen to and just keep his cool, right? Same as Kelly McCauley. It's got to be so hard to just sit there and constantly just breathe. You need like a paper bag to hyperventilate into so you don't, start talking that second language that we talked about earlier in the stream. So, but just phenomenal, very, very good. And I love he used Jenna's potted plant analogy there. That was great. Okay, 5W with a $2 super chat. Whee!
Thank you.
Goko Donnie with $10 super chat. Get that man a steak and a beer. Amen to that. Bearden Photography. Absolutely. He just chewed her a new one. Absolutely. And Mr. Excuses with $2 super chat. I'll buy him a GC strategy site for that. Oh, that's a good singer. Ravi saves with a $5 super chat. How egregious does this BS have to get a member kicked out of council, or do you mean committee?
As we learned last week, unfortunately, the chair is not permitted to kick individual members out of council.
He can shut down the meeting, though.
He can call them to order, and if they are not behaving themselves, he can suspend the meeting until he is able to get the committee under order. And if that's not working, then he can outright suspend the committee, as Kelly McCauley had to do last week.
Yeah. Dandaman966 with a $5 super chat. Sorry, I should have Williamson earlier, but he really is the head of the table. Larry Brock is the final boss. Barrett laying the smackdown. And Angela Cardoso with a $2 super chat. Liberal Party is shameful. Yeah, it's on full display.
They really are. And if enough Canadians, again, write them an email or write them a letter and say, you know what? Your behavior in committee is unbecoming of a member of parliament. Like, even just a short email like that, I'm sure they would get the point. You know what I mean?
Murray Pram with a $5 super chat. Tell him thank you from all the NP supporters. We certainly will, Murray. And Daniel with a $2.79 super chat. Amazing restraint and firmness. Yes.
Right? And that's what I love about these, especially the conservative chairs. Like, they're polite, they're kind, they do their job, but don't cross them, because they will put you in their place, which I guess is their job. So
yeah. Kalidas with a $2 super chat. I am not a potted plant, needs to be a clip. Well, we'll work on that. So okay,
let's do it.
My colleague Eric Duncan asked you last week, Mr. Moore, which CBSA executives involved in ArriveCan received performance bonuses, and you said, quote, I can't confirm if they received bonuses this year because the year is not actually at an end, end quote. Well, year end has come and gone. Which executives and how much?
I'm not able to answer that question because I'm not responsible for executives' performance bonuses.
Well, that wasn't your answer last week, sir. You said that you weren't able to provide the answer because the year end hadn't come, not that you weren't responsible for it. So let me ask you a question with precision that you will be able to answer. Did you, sir, receive bonuses for your work?
I think, as I said last week, I did receive some performance pay during the periods when while I've been the CFO. But also I want to come back to your previous question, actually, with respect.
So $60 million in waste, along with allegations of fraud, forgery, and corruption. And this ArriveSCAM sees executives like yourself taking bonuses. You said, and I quote, I'm accountable for failures, end quote. You said that today. Where is the accountability? So everyone keeps their job, everyone gets a bonus, and Canadians are on the hook for all of it, for tens of millions of dollars. And the supposed cost savings of paper versus this application, well, those paper costs were human costs. All of those humans are still being paid. These were costs on top of it. And so much of it, tens of millions of dollars of it, are grift, are just liberal insiders getting rich while Canadians get hammered and have to pick up the bill. And so it's it's egregious. It's egregious is what it is. I have a question for the Deputy Auditor General. In your report on page 5, there's a table. It's Exhibit 1.1, estimated costs of the main contractors on the ArriveCan application at 31 March 2023. Of course, this details the $19.1 million that GC Strategies received that, of course, they deny getting paid. And of course, CBSA has no concept on how any of the contracts awarded to these two grifters were awarded. But at the bottom of that table, there's a line other, and it's $6.1 million. Obviously, the big numbers draw a lot of attention, that $19 million. But this $6.1 million, so Canadians are now wondering how much of this corruption exists in the system and what makes up these companies. Are there numbered companies involved? Because we need to understand who it is that's getting rich off of this project that, of course, border service officers said was absolutely ineffective and prevented them from fulfilling their responsibilities. And we've heard that from their union representatives and directly from BSOs themselves. So that's $6.1 million. Who makes up that list?
Okay, so I wanted to let that play out. Tell you, Mr. Moore is not having a good day again.
Maybe he should be a better witness.
Maybe he should resign.
Yeah, that too.
Because Barrett's right. Like, okay, so you got... And again, CFO knows how much is being paid out in bonuses.
Or they should.
They should, and if they don't, guess what? Incompetence.
Well, then they shouldn't be CFO. Therefore, they should resign.
Bingo. Like, this is... It's ridiculous. And he's like, well, can I go back and answer a different question? No, you can't. You don't get to pick which questions you ask and answer to. You're supposed to answer every one. Bubble Avenue with a $7 super chat. Khalid, do you have the gonads and the fortitude to shut up your yapper? Well, she doesn't have the gonads.
Doubt she has the fortitude either.
No, there's no fortitude. There's no testicular fortitude at all.
So we didn't include the details in our report. All of those companies, contractors, received less than $1 million. That was the cutoff that we used for the table. As we said in the footnotes to the table, there were 21 contractors. We haven't notified those contractors of the fact that we would name them in the report. We didn't name them, but there were 21. So we're talking from the low dollar values up to at the high end, possibly $1 million.
Are you able to furnish the committee with a list of those contractors?
We do have a list of those names, and we can provide it to the committee.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate the work of the Auditor General's office.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett. That is your time. Ms. Shipp, you have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, you weren't given an opportunity.
You weren't given an opportunity to say, what we wanted you to say. So here's your opportunity, which we're not going to give them the opportunity to have the opportunity. We're probably going to get some emotional damage after this, just so you know.
Emotional damage.
There you go. You're
I don't know how you broke that.
I don't know. Thanks, Daniel. It's great. I don't mind it. That's great. Sean with a $7 super chat. 60 million is peanuts compared to the billions that are going to be pissed away in the new budget. Yep. I don't disagree.
Ms. Shipp, thank you very much. Suivant, c'est Madame Cycle Desgagnés.
Ms. Cycle Desgagnés, 2.5 minutes, please. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I'd like to come back to some questions I'd asked of Mr. Wieming earlier. So you confirmed that the company that you worked for was hacked. Indeed, when you were Chief Information Officer of ORR Cannabis, and I quote an article from Yahoo Finance which states, digital and computer hackers stole all the data that ORR Cannabis possessed, including passports, driver's license, and other highly confidential documentation. And when they tried to sell that data on Marketplace, as evidence of those documents, they sent out publicly a copy of your own passport, sir. Now, what was your experience as Chief Information Officer? Were you a victim of blackmail personally, or was OR Cannabis a victim of blackmailing after this data breach?
Wow.
That's serious. I mean, if you're the CIO and that happens, you usually lose your job.
That's pretty bad. You oversaw the IT department of a company that was hacked and had basically all of the personal data repository stolen, and even they decided to troll you and embarrass you by posting your own passport. Wow.
Yeah, that's like a CIO's nightmare.
Yeah,
I
it
would
is.
think.
It is. Now, as a CIO, is it technically your fault if your security team, doesn't do their job?
Again, accountability versus responsibility.
Right. It's not you're not responsible for it, but you are accountable for it. So there you go. That's wow. Do you see why this girl should be your no? Do you see why this girl is now your girlfriend, Barnaby? I don't want to hear any crap about Khalid anymore. She's the end of the human centipede on the Liberal side.
So the data breach actually got a very small amount of data from Aurora, and we were subject to blackmail. They did try to basically force us to pay to not release it, but the amount of information that they stole was extremely limited, and so we made a decision as an organization not to pay.
D'accord. Et
I see. Now, did that create upheaval in your personal career? In all likelihood, it was your responsibility to guarantee the company's cybersecurity. The buck stopped with you. Now, you learned of this extremely serious event, and yet you're supposed to protect, at the CBSA, Canadians and Quebecers' personal data, aren't you?
So it didn't. The reality is anybody can just read any of the news, and cyber attacks are increasing. As we've seen in the Government of Canada in the last year that I've been here, there've been a number of cyber attacks that have disrupted services. Every organization is under attack. The vast majority of organizations have had successful attacks, so it's not
What?
Time out.
Is this guy for serious?
Wow, I can see why he was hired.
Oh
Wow.
my goodness.
Okay.
Could you imagine doing any other job like really, really, really badly? Like say you're a baker. Oh my goodness, Fox, you've burned all those pies. Well, that's okay. Every bakery burns pies. It doesn't matter.
No, I would say more like this. Oh my God, there's cockroaches in the kitchen, and we've and we don't, we've had to like exterminate them 3 times this week. Every restaurant has cockroaches. It's fine because you're not doing your due diligence to keep it clean and to prevent these things from coming in the first place.
Right.
So now, is it true that all organizations are attacked often by malicious cyber people?
Well, from what I understand, they make attempts, right? But
So the answer is yes, 100%. Attempts are always made.
it's like a guy walking around a neighborhood and trying to, open cars to see if there's any money inside that he can steal. He's going to go up to all the cars and just pull on the handles and, maybe he finds one that's unlocked and then he can steal a little bit of change that's inside.
Yeah. So are attempts happening all the time? Yes. Now, does that mean that the vast majority of organizations have had a successful cyber attack on them? No. Now,
Again, the car door analogy.
well, it also depends on what this guy is classifying as a cyber attack. So a successful cyber attack, if he wants to classify this as, well, they got in and they got a hold of an employee's account, but the account couldn't really do anything, and we were able to change the password, and then that stymied the attacker. Sure, that can technically count as a cyber attack, but you're talking about data exfiltration, taking data and then trying to blackmail you for it. That's different. The vast majority of organizations have not had that happen to them. The vast majority of organizations have not had successful ransomware campaigns. Now, the rule is when designing your cybersecurity defense, it's not a matter of if, it's when. So that way, if and when it does happen, you are prepared. And you can mitigate the actual attack itself. But for this guy to sit up there and say, oh, well, it happens all the time. Dude, what organizations have you been at? If every organization you've been at has been attacked, maybe there's a common denominator there.
Do you think it's that guy?
Maybe it's that guy. Maybe you're the problem. Like, holy crap, man. Okay. So that was something. Anyway, okay. Rabbi says, $5 super chat to his credit. Paying is one of the worst things you can do. 100%. Once you pay the
hackers, let's call them.
You never rid yourself of the Dane. Yes, absolutely. So you never ever do it. Derek Macbeth with a $12 super chat. I don't know how you do it, Cypher. I'm in MST, but I got to crash. Morning comes early. Yeah. We're in EST.
We're gluttons for punishment, I guess.
I think we're almost done.
Comment at all. The thing that worked really well when I was at Aurora was because of the design of our cybersecurity. When the hacker was able to get in, they were only able to get a very small amount of data, so our protection actually worked very well. A cyber attack that's successful is never ideal, but every CIO is prepared for that.
Donc vous jugez que vous aviez été préparé et pourtant...
So in your opinion, you were well prepared, and yet the hackers managed to get their hands on highly confidential data such as copies of passports, driver's license, and so on and so forth, correct?
You're never as prepared as you could be, but the reality is that cyber attacks continue to increase worldwide. You just have to Google the number of companies on a daily basis that do get hacked. And so it is expected, and what you have to do is limit the damage, and in this case, the damage was extremely minimal.
Et voilà, merci beaucoup. Suivant, next, Mr. Desjardins, you have the floor for 2.5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I do want to now ask the Auditor General of their findings, or the Deputy Auditor General, sorry, of their findings on page 15, which reads as a subtitle, No Governance Structure or Budget. It goes on to read that the Auditor General's office found between April 2020 and July of 2021 that when the ArriveCan application was being developed and regularly updated, no formal agreement existed between the Public Health Agency of Canada and the Canada Border Service Agency on their respective roles and responsibilities. It goes on to say the final sentence, in our view, the Public Health Agency of Canada, as the business owner, was responsible for the establishment of the governance structure. It later on says that a letter of intent between the agencies was signed on July 2020 and enforced till March 2022. To Mr. Hayes, that finding, what evidence did your office review that suggested there was that there was no governance structure that was adhered to?
As mentioned in the report, we expected that the Public Health Agency of Canada, as the business owner, would have established the governance structure. They would have clearly outlined the roles and responsibilities expected of their officials and the CBSA. We would have expected a budget at the very least, and some objectives, cost estimates, assessment of resource needs, and other risk management activities, and those were simply not in place. Quite frankly, without a budget, it's difficult to monitor costs and to identify when costs are rising outside of the acceptable range. So I guess I would say, as the Auditor General has mentioned, it was disappointing with what we did not find in this report.
And to Mr. Moore, to your knowledge, why wasn't this information, something as basic as a budget, supplied on behalf of CBSA?
Well, I think as Mr. Hayes, there was no memorandum of understanding between the Public Health Agency, who were responsible for the public health version of ArriveCan.
What about the governance structure that you're a part of? You just mentioned that in my previous question that there was a governance structure and that you're adamant that this governance structure was put in place, but we see that there wasn't one and there was largely failures with what existed after that. So what knowledge do you have of the governance structure, and why wasn't the question raised about a budget?
So there was an emergency management governance structure, which was an operational environment, and there were regular, I would say daily meetings between FAC and CBSA and others in order to be able to make the adjustments to ArriveCan in line with the orders in council. But it was disappointing that no funding was provided and therefore no budget was set. And it was also disappointing that if a budget had been set and we had received funding, it would have been then treated more like a project, which we would have brought in the governance structures. But I think, as Mr. Hayes said, that was the responsibility of the Public Health Agency of Canada.
Thank you very much. That is the time. Just so our witnesses know, we have two more questioners, one from the official opposition, and then the government members will round it out for us today. Mr.
So we have
Mayor,
one more.
You have the floor for 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and again, thank you to our witnesses. Mr. Moore, could you confirm for us how many employees of CBSA are currently actively engaged in outside employment or contracting?
Cannot confirm that number, but I can ask the CBSA to come back to you with a number because that would be the Human Resources branch.
So you're telling me you came to this committee meeting unprepared to answer that question, given the fact that this has been a topic of discussion for some weeks?
My understanding is that there has been a question raised and they would be giving a response. They are now doing a check of everybody to make sure that they have a full disclosure before they come up with a definitive number.
Are you personally aware of any employees within CBSA who have outside employment or outside contracts?
So I personally was involved in a conflicts of interest discussion last year for one of my employees who was proposing to take on an unpaid role. And actually we perceived that to be a conflict of interest, and it went through the standard process. So the evidence was gathered by our Human Resources branch. We discussed the process with the individual concerned, and actually the decision was that they decided to withdraw from that because there was at least a perceived conflict of interest. So I am aware of the process which is being operated, but it's operated by our Human Resources branch.
On the other side, are you aware of any contracts currently at CBSA which involve employees from other government departments?
So we, as a result of the investigations which are ongoing, we have done some searches of GEDs. We have identified some individuals who are in GEDs, which would, if you're in GEDs, it implies you're an employee of another government department. And we have therefore contacted those departments and worked through each of those individuals. I think it was around about 6 or 7 individuals, and the Director General responsible for that has confirmed with the other government department that there was no conflict in those cases. However, that work is ongoing.
So I just want to stop you for a second. You say there was no conflict, but they are in fact government employees who have contracts with CBSA. Is that correct? Can you confirm that there are government employees, public servants at other departments who currently have active contracts with the Canada Border Services Agency? Are you confirming that, yes or no?
So I cannot confirm that, but we can get back to you with the details of that individual.
Sir, I'm going to stop you right there. You said that they were checked in GEDs. They confirmed with the departments and the Director General that they were in fact employees of those departments. You said 6 or 7 of them, but now you're unwilling to confirm that?
No, what I'm saying is 6 or 7 were checked, but I do know for a fact that some of those were inappropriately on GEDs. They had actually resigned and moved elsewhere.
Of those 6 or 7, how many of them are Government of Canada employees with contracts at CBSA?
So I do not have that details, but I can...
Sir, you just said there were 6 or 7. It's a small number. And you tell me you can't confirm one way or the other?
I can't confirm because it wasn't in my area, but we can come
Sir, you are the Chief Financial Officer of the CBSA. You came here knowing that this would be a topic of discussion. You're unable to tell us this information. Yet you seem to have this information of the process that happened. You seem to have the information that these checks were done, but you can't tell us what actually happened?
I'm willing to come back to you on the level of details for these individuals.
Okay, sir, obviously there's been a process undertaken. This information is obviously at hand. Can you confirm and provide that information to this committee by the close of business today?
I'll have to go back to the department to see if I have it.
Could you make the endeavour that you'll try to do that by close of business today?
I will endeavour to go back to the department and talk to the DG who was responsible for this.
Your non-answers are frankly surprising.
Let me just interject, Mr. Nader. I appreciate the information will be forthcoming as soon as possible. Mr. Nader, the committee does allow for some time. I appreciate your determination to get to the bottom of this, but Mr. Moore, if you're able to, that's wonderful. But as soon as possible, and we will reach out at some point. Mr. Nader, back to you for a minute.
Because there may also be some privacy impact, which I can't comment on.
Again, privacy is not an issue. As you well know, sir, this Parliament and this committee can compel information from witnesses at any degree, and privacy and any of those issues are not impediments to providing information to this committee. And you, as a senior public servant, ought to know the powers of committees to call for information and documents. On a different matter, 3 information technology contractors were found to have fraudulently billed for contract work with several departments between 2018 and 2022. These payments were estimated to be nearly $5 million. You were asked this question by my colleague, Mr. Brock, in a previous committee. Can you now confirm whether any of those firms did work with the Canada Border Services Agency?
So as I said at the previous committee appearance, the Public Services and Procurement Canada informed us that the CBSA was involved, and the involvement were estimated up to $15,000. They have not come back and given us the details yet.
When do you expect that information to be forthcoming?
I'll have to go back to PSPC and ask them.
So the exact same answer you basically gave a week and a half ago.
Well, I think we have had the Easter period in between.
Yes, we did have two days there that were
10 seconds,
statutory holidays. Chair, I will just conclude by saying I look forward to that information on double dipping coming to this committee as expeditiously as possible, because it is a concern for many Canadians.
Mr. Nader. Our last...
No, that was it. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to go back to Ms. Shanahan, which is probably who it is. Worst case, it's Ms. Khalid. But anyway, that was something, folks.
Yeah, that was upsetting. I don't think I've been upset about committee like that in a while.
It's been a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit, but it was nice to see the Conservatives basically take the gloves off and say, all right, you want to play? Let's play. You want to try and do something here? Let's do something. So...
And, I saw after that had happened in committee, I saw a lot of upset, despair, hopelessness in the chat. And, we have to remember that we cannot lose hope. That is one of the most important things that we have, if not the most important thing that we have. Because hope is what keeps us going. Hope is what makes us want change. It's what makes us work towards change. So never lose hope, because, we're useless without it. So there's so many things that we can do, and a lot of it is as simple as just picking up a pen and writing to your MP or writing to one of the MPs that you see on committee, and letting them know your thoughts.
Well, and let me kind of echo that. So Fox and I, we have to look through a lot of stuff, right? We have to look through a lot of news articles, pieces of information, committee videos, YouTube videos, as we're researching to put our stuff together, right? And then we cross-check and cross-reference, and if we're not sure about something, we dig into it. One of the things that I get most frustrated with is when Fox and I sit down to do a video, and I say, this should be a quick one. And it never, ever,
and then there's
ever,
like an
ever
hour
is.
of additional digging that we have to do, yeah.
And then, we're supposed to be done within, an hour and a half, 2 hours, and then it's 4 hours later. So, and a lot of the stuff that we look at is just, it's corruption, it's lies, it's crap, right? It's just crap after crap after crap. So we have to see this stuff on a daily basis, and I know that a lot of Canadians live with the effects of this on a day-to-day basis. However, there is light at the end of the tunnel, and we know the maximum length of that tunnel. The maximum length of that tunnel is October of next year. Could be shorter. We don't know. Many things can happen to shorten that. Maybe nothing happens to shorten it. But the point is that tunnel is going to end. And then we get back to fixing this country. But to also Fox's point, people are often asking us, what can we do? And we know that us saying, write your MP, sounds like a broken record, and a lot of people may say, that doesn't do anything. It does more than you think. And it's, again, if one Canadian does it, doesn't mean a lot. Just as if one Canadian only votes for one party, doesn't do anything. But if a whole bunch of people get together and decide, we're actually going to do something. Like, that's how the convoy started, right? The convoy wasn't supposed to start, if you've heard Tamara talk about it. The initial conversations were, oh yeah, we tried that before, didn't do anything. It took some perseverance by some people to say, well, you know what, let's try it again. Let's do it. Let's see what happens. So write your MP. Write other MPs. You don't have to write just your MP. You can write an MP in any party. Doesn't matter. Any riding. Doesn't matter. So that's a way to channel your desire to do something. And it can make a difference.
And we don't mean to sit here and say, oh, write your MP and everything will magically be better. No, that's not how it works. But it's an important step that you can take in order to create a better Canada for yourself and everyone around you. Things are hard right now, and we don't mean to downplay that at all. But if we're kind to each other, and if we can support each other in our communities, that'll make things just a little bit better, and it'll make it a little bit more bearable until we're able to get to the polls and vote Conservative.
If one Canadian from this stream wrote one letter a week, it's one letter a week. If everyone on this stream decided to write one letter a week, that's 4,000, potentially 6,000 letters a week. Now we're talking, right? Now we're talking. So that's something you can do. Something all of us collectively can do. One letter a week. And that's going to start to turn some heads. Because they're not looking at one Canadian. And they're not looking at one Canadian from one riding. They're looking at thousands of Canadians from many, many ridings. So keep that in mind. It takes work. And we all have a part to play in this. And it doesn't matter. Even if it's one letter. It's one letter added to another, added to another, added to 100 others, added to 1,000 others. So that's what we recommend. We're going to be writing some of our letters. We're going to be writing one to Mr. Williamson and thanking him for his patience,
his professionalism,
and his appropriate chastising of the Liberals in that committee. And we're going to be writing some other letters as well. So we're hoping to hear back from the NDP members that we've actually invited on committee. Invited on Northern Perspective, not committee.
From committee.
And the Liberal member as well hope to have that person get back to us, but we'll see what happens. Anyway, let's get to the remaining super chats. Leo Orchard with a $2 super chat. He's not a civil servant. He's a naughty boy.
A very naughty boy.
Daniel with a $2.79 super chat, asking for both.
What is it that you do?
What would you say you do here?
And no doubt that was for Mr. Moore.
Did you guys see that Janice released a video with the Office Space guys? It was hilarious.
And himself as kind of a meme. Like
it was awesome.
It was great. So I like to think that had something to do with Northern Perspective, but we'll never know. So, Laurie Quinton, welcome to NTP supporter. Thank you very much for joining. Ravi says with a $5 super chat, you can't lose hope. It's just outside of Vancouver. Rapid Sheep with a $2 super chat. There is hope to infinity amongst us. 100%. And 5W with a $5 super chat. Don't lose hope. All of those liberals are losing their seats.
That's right. And it's going to be up to us Canadians to make sure they lose their seats.
Glenn Stewart coming in with a $2 super chat. Please write the whole of the government, just like he is, right? So
that's right. Again, if Glenn can write all 338 MPs, you can write at least one, or you can write two, or you can write five. Together, we can all do it.
So. Anyway, thank you everybody for sticking with us for tonight. Thanks for the early intel from some of the people that let us know that it was going to be a good one. That's going to be the only live stream tonight until, or the only live stream this week until Sunday. Yeah. Because we're pretty tired. And but talk to a Liberal. Talk to an NDP voter.
And
write a letter.
Your letters. That's right.
Write a letter. It doesn't have to be long, folks. It's actually good if you keep it short.
And I'm actually hoping on getting like a how to write a letter to an MP, like kind of suggestions, you know, like talk a bit about yourself, talk a bit about your topic, talk about what you want done, that sort of thing. So I'm hoping to have some time over the next few days to get that posted to the community for everybody.
There you go, folks. So Diane Sylvain with a $5 super chat. If you believe it, you will see it. I wanted my MP on committee and I wrote to him and boom, it happens.
There you go.
Look at
awesome.
That. So thank you everybody. Thanks for sticking with us, and more videos will be dropping tomorrow night. We don't have any scheduled for tomorrow afternoon, so keep an eye out tomorrow night, and we'll see you in the comments and on the live stream on Sunday. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you, everybody. Good night.